bitches.
I need to bamboozle you guys for a second, though. I need to help Ray with the boss kill in Genshin first. So we're gonna just pause the switch. Where's Genshin? Also, hello everybody. Working on subtitle. Oh shit! I hope I don't make you write something weird. I can't listen to like multiple things. I think this is fine. They're gonna ask you why you wrote, did you choose a butthole? And you're gonna be like, Okay, I'm just gonna change the game. Quick. Set game. Genshin Impact. Ta-chang! Okay. Not even joking. I have actually said something about choosing a butthole before. I don't remember the context. But I have a quote that says as much. It's so pretty. Have you seen Genshin before, Sushi? Also, how is everybody today? It is Thursday. Tomorrow we're having a 12-hour stream and I'm doing all kinds of silly shit with wacky candy, so I'm looking forward to that. You gotta workies.
What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching.
Enjoy the lurkies. I hope work goes well today. Kick all the ass and do all the things. Let's go. Just gonna jump on into Ray's world there. Yep. I discussed finger blasting ourselves at one point. We did. Thank you for the Loki's hero and Onion as well. Kick all the ass in all your meetings today. I know that shit ain't fun. Also, apologies for the captions. They're very wacky. They're very, interesting. Okay, so... Let's see. I bring Nana and Yae. We both got Mommy Yae. Eek yo.
来我家做客吧。赤雷光凄美啊！肘击，
嘿嘿嘿。Do that beak beak. I was gonna put up another house, but it's not worth it. This thing's almost dead. Oh, he do the ball now. Come here, sir. Stay in the middle. Whoop! Imagine dodging straight into that. Ta-da! Boop, 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 boop. One more thing. TP away. I don't remember what was far away enough. What's my resin sitting at? 105. I will play later. But maybe I'll quickly go make a resin. Just so I don't cap. Because I almost always cap. Beep 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 beep. Is that a Mars Shadow cosplay? It's not, but it can be. We can pretend. I mean, that's what cosplay is all about, right? I can't throw anything at your head. What nonsense is this? It's because it's the 3D model. Apologies. My computer is too potato to run the program to let you throw things at my head. Otherwise, I would have it. Sorry. Sorry. When I can upgrade, then I will bring back the throws. But also, good morning. Good morning, peoples. Oh, he's back. What do you mean? What do you mean bias? There's no bias. It's this right? Whoop. Why is my stream so laggy? You. But I think next week I'll switch back to 2D. I'll switch back to 2D model, and then you guys can throw things at my face again. Whoa! My stream is like a PowerPoint, guys. What the fuck? That's weird. Whoa! Man's ran straight in.
你可以把后背交给我。
Ah, didn't have burst. It's okay. This is fine. Ow.
律令，骤击，雷光切面，律令，赤，律令，
嘿嘿嘿。
朔风解衣，
Speed boost. You feel like a trash bag if trash bags could feel. Oh no!
骤击，赤，律令，
御风而行。
Trubbish exists. You're a Pokemon now, Sushi. Alright, I'm gonna skedoodle skedoodle. BRBZ. My lifelong dream of being a trash bag and a Pokemon? Oh my goodness. You could be Garbodor, who's like an even bigger trash bag, depending on your scale of trash bagness of the day. How trashy do you feel today? You can pick. There's also what is it called? Gulpin? Gulpin looks like a trash bag as well, but it's apparently a stomach Pokemon. Confetti for Sushi, thank you. Thank you, Cupcake. Alright, so we're doing the Pokemons thing, yeah? Let us... ham and cheese... sandwich. There we go. Okay. And... Suchi audio. Can you guys hear the Pokemons? Not too trashy? You feel small trashy today? Small trashy's okay. Small trashy's okay. Whoops! That was a mistake. Oh. That's a Rookie D. Rookie D's nuts! Sorry. No. Trying to eat good foods, but I love McDonald's too much. Oh man. Yeah, I think my boyfriend has that same issue. He got mad love for Mackie D's. Mackie D's nuts! Okay, sorry. There's just opportunity everywhere for these nuts jokes. Cajun chicken and nuggies. Ooh. Okay, we haven't had it in a long time, but we had muchachos last night. Last night? Yesterday? I don't remember. In any case, I think I cooked dinner. Maybe we had it for lunch? No, I didn't cook dinner. Guys. I took very strong painkiller yesterday. That shit made me high AF. I could not operate on any level. I was like done. It was a combination of painkiller but also muscle relaxant. And the muscle relaxant part of it just turned me... my whole body felt like a water balloon. And I did not know what to do with myself. I ended up napping. Not one, but two very strong pain. Listen, it wasn't intentional. Because Ray normally takes them. That's room, I don't want that. You want some drugs? Hey kid, wanna buy some WoW? It's called Norflex though. Norflex. It's very fucking strong. It's for muscular pain. And let me tell you, I wasn't feeling any pain afterwards. I wasn't feeling anything. I was a water balloon. All right. Hi Misaki. I need to just change it. It's because I was helping Ray with something. Thank you, thank you. I did start off with Pokemon, but then I was helping Ray with something quick. Am I weird for not loving McGee's as much as everyone? You know, everyone's got their own tastes. Also, sorry. Nabil, thank you, thank you. The coolest wardrobe. I got this one on, I think it's Booth. You fucked off. They keep advertising the cookies and cream, iced coffee, but every time you go, they aren't making it. Oh, Sushi, I hate that. I hate that. And also their social manager for Twitter, they asked, like, what is your favorite item from McDonald's? And I was like, oh, the blueberry McFlurry, but it's no longer available. And then they're like, oh yeah, they're like, oh, that is a limited time item and it's not available at the moment. And I was like, bitch, you think I don't know that? You think I don't know that it's not available right now? I haven't had it in years. I know it's not available. You don't need to tell me. You think I'm not checking? Anyway. Yeah, they had a blueberry McFlurry and it had little biscuits in it. Back to Vroid. Yeah, Misaki. I'm just switching. I like the 2D one as well. But yeah.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker.
What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching.
Thank you, peace sweeties. Ah! Good morning, Despair. They used to have double toffee milkshake. Oh. But yeah, the
Would you like a cup of water?
Where?
Cause you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Huh? A hydrate. Thank you. I will take sippies. Thank you, peace sweeties.
Hello, motherfucker.
Blueberry muffins. Oh, I'm not big on muffins anymore, to be fair, of any variety. Hi Tango. How are you? How is everybody? Suddenly there's just like a lot of people here and I'm like, ah! My brain! Misaki also takes Norflex. Yeah, that shit knocks you out. Wow. You take your hello back? What the? Muffins fucked you up? Yeah, they did. It's 3 AM. Peace squiddies, you better go to sleep. Before I ban you. Okay. We are looking very specifically for... Oh, what did I just run into? Not that. We're not looking for that. Release me. Oh, I can't just... Oh my goodness. Well, I guess I have to kick your ass now, so... Which one's stronger? I think it's this one. You would ban me to make me go to sleep? I mean, maybe. You need to sleep, peace squiddies. Everybody needs to sleep. 2 Norflex and I'm zonked. Yeah. I can't handle Norflex. It's so fucking strong. It knocks me out, like proper. Why are you going away, Nibibbles? I'm doing good, Tango. How about you? Good but sad. You just resigned? You excited about the new job? Oh shit! Is it the same? Oh fuck. Is it the same kind of work or is it something different? It's kind of exciting though. So yeah, it's a little bit sad. But it could also be super exciting. Going to bed at 5 AM is normal. Oh my, yeah, your sleep schedule is definitely funky donks. That sounds a little bit too spicy. Whoop, 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 whoop. So I'm looking for a Pokemon called Sinistea because I need the chips. The cheeps, not chips to eat, but like chips. I am assuming it's the cup that gets chipped, right? Because Sinistea is like a tea Pokemon. Whoop. I like driving past those things in my spare time to give it a fright and make it explode. Did you guys see the Kewpie South Korean guy at the guitar? Man who's speaking broken English while being interviewed by an Arabic guy. My man then started speaking fluent Arabic. That's mad shit, man. That's mad shit. Does Jargon ever sleep? Yeah, Jargon should be asleep right now. He shouldn't be here. I haven't seen him if he is here. I too like to eat now and then. I'm a casual eaper, actually. Still coding, but not the same. Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting then. You know, something new, maybe new challenges. You played WoW till 2 AM, then tried to sleep. All I could see was WoW quests, so I ended up sleeping at like 4 AM and waking up. Oh my goodness. Misaki, no! He's showing in your viewer list. Oh, that's because he's always there. He's always lurking. He leaves his PC on and he has a tab open for the stream. Alright, so it says something about there's a dead tree. The spawns here aren't great. Oh man. Over here, maybe? Hmm. Yeah, boy. I need Sinisties, man. That's why I'm here. Hey! Why does it keep on doing that? Hey! Peace squiddies! Why wouldn't he fight it? It's not even shiny. Anyway. You streamed and played lots of Overwatch. Are people still enjoying it? Also, hi Dream Powder! How you doing? Why wouldn't he fight this? I'm so confused. Ow! What the fuck? So you turn it off? Yeah, I mean, I always turn my PC off, but it's mostly because of load shedding. And I don't want to drain the inverter, so there's like literally no reason for me to leave my PC on. It would just be causing more issues than helping anything. I don't think this is the best place to get Sinisties. Also, Tango, you asked...
excuse me!
You asked how it's going. It's going not too bad, but I really wanna evolve my Charcadet. Fuck, man. But so far, haven't seen a single Sinisty. So, that's a little frustrating. I've been seeing a lot of Gothitas though, or whatever this one's called, the little one. Anyway, so I googled because I was like, but it says the bottom left-hand corner of the map near one of the last gyms. So I don't know. Bottom left-hand corner? I don't know where that would be exactly. No one ever enjoyed Overwatch. Excuse me! Man, that's such a cute audio. But yes, Tango, you can give me a hint, because I'm slowly losing my patience. No, best places is by the psych gym. Oh yeah? Where is that? Ghost. Fieri. Hey, stop it! Oh wait, this is bottom left. I was directionally I was directionally challenged. I was looking bottom right, not bottom left. It's this one, yeah? Okay, well, I haven't been there yet, but I can definitely see if I can get there. I'm thinking I should be able to. Okay, well, let me try and get there. Is there? That looks like a mountain, so I think I wouldn't be able to get there, but maybe I can go up this way. I don't know. I don't know how you get there. You gonna sleep? Yeah, go sleep, go sleep. Again, sorry guys, if I if I missed the message, sorry. There's a mountain. I do have the high jump. I do have the oh. We have the high jump. You need to go through a mountain. Okay, hold on. Is this where the tunnel is? Because I was just gonna yoink my way up the mountain. I was just gonna bounce up there. I was like, ah, well, you can just boing. Just bunny hop my way up there. Because I'm hutful. I'm hutful looking for this thing. I just want my boy to evolve. Because he's the only baby left on my team. Like, look at this shit. Look at this nonsense. Look at this A grade. No, that's the wrong button. Here. Look at this. He's the only baby. Everyone else is fully evolved. I need my boy to evolve. He needs to grow the fuck up. You went through the tunnel. Is the tunnel this thing here? This path? Because this looks like it's a tunnel. Because then I can just take this one. Hi, Jolly! For those of you who haven't answered the question, how is everybody doing today? Your Charcadet refuses to evolve too? Jolly, there's a trick to it. I don't know if you want me to tell you. But there's a trick to it. You have to do something for them. I don't wanna spoil, you know? But if you're not sure, I can inform you. But yeah, like I said, no, I don't want to spoil. Is it something I could stumble into? Listen, I would say it's kind of niche, actually. I think it's actually very niche. The more I think about it, the more I'm like, yeah, this is pretty niche. You want to eat all the biscuits? Yeah, you woke up and chose biscuit violence today. How come? How come, Cupcake? Have you eaten? I haven't. I am still in the process of trying to drink a cup of coffee. You won't stumble into it if you don't talk to NPCs. Oh, lol. I don't talk to NPCs. I just battle nerds. Lay it on you? Okay, so for Pokemon Violet, you have to get the Sinistea chips, so when you fight them or catch them. Would never have evolved my Pawmot if no one told me I had to walk them. There's a couple Pokemon like that. So, also... who else was it? There was Bramblin. This one. This one you also have to walk. And then there was another one. Is it this one? I think it's this one. The little dung beetle. You have to walk this buddy. Oops. You have to walk this buddy in the bramble. You get the chips from Sinistea. Do you know that it's a teacup Pokemon? Which sounds weird, but it's a little teacup. And when you defeat them or catch them, you get the chips. So you take that. I think there's an NPC that you take it to, and they will make the armor. I think it's for Violet. It's a different Pokemon, right? You have to collect a different thing. So when you want both versions of him, Violet arguably being the cooler one. I don't want to fight you, buddy. Oh, is it Bronzor? Ah. Thanks, Tango. Oh, you're Violet too? Yeah. So yeah, you need the Sinistea. I'm just skipping everything for now because all I want is my boy. Also, if I can teach you guys a trick for those Pokemon who need to walk, you wanna jump up on top here. Wait, did I go the wrong way? Guys, I went the wrong way. I'm gonna go cry now. Be right back. Anyway, but I was like, why am I here? If you jump up on this and then big jump, you can get up here. And then I don't think you need to even move, but you just literally sit still and the Pokemon will be running around in circles below you. So that's a way to cheese the walking requirements for Pokemon. You know, if you want to be cheesy. Anyway, you said Scarlet twice. Don't worry, it's fine. I think we're picking up what you're putting down. It's okay. Why is Gwent so complex? I've never nice misclick there, Cupcake. What is that emote? Oh, muffin. Okay, so hold on, wait. I think I need to go this way. Pour me took eons of run stuff. Yeah, I also... It took me a while to do the thing. So I think I need to go this way, and then at the fork I take the left. I just want to double check. Yeah, I'm directionally challenged on a good day. Apparently today's not a good day, because I'm very directionally challenged today. But yeah, there's a lot of things. Oh, grinding salt. Oh, okay. Is that what we're calling it now? We're calling it the salt grind. Cool. That's good to know. I'm not in with the kids and their lingo anymore. So thanks for informing me, teaching me the ways of the Zoomer, the new me Zoomers. Whoop. Yeah, so Jolly, I also had to like Google because I wasn't sure how to evolve for me. But I'm glad I did get the evolve in the end. Ah, so here's a tunnel, so this must be the right place, yeah? Oh yeah? Was there a guy on the sign? There was! I love the gimme ghouls, they're super cute. Whoa! Guys, one of my favorite Pokemon from Sword and Shield. Oh my god. Oh my god. I love them so much. They got both versions here. Oh my god. I'll come back for you guys. There's a lot of stuff in this cave that I need to catch as well. Oh, a Bagon. Bagon. I need to catch one for Ray. What do we got in the water here? Sableye. Are those Salandits in the water? That's kind of weird. Would not have expected a fire Pokemon to be chilling in the water, but cool. You used candy. Oh no! Oh man! YouTuber is super cute. Oh, thank you! Thank you. I have the 3D one, so I made her myself in Vroid. And then I have a... Oh! There's a mummy lizard. I will definitely come back for her. And then I also have a 2D model as well, which I made using VTuber Kit. I'm very much... Why am I only finding Gabites? Where's the Gibby Bees? I love Gibby Bee. But all I'm seeing is... Ooh. Okay, there's lots of these guys here. Ooh, hello. What's this? What is up here? Man's is literally shining bright. Look at that. He's so shiny, it's blinding. I think Gibble is in another cave. Oh yeah? I wonder what typing it's gonna be. Yeah, you wanna motherfucking go? You wanna go? So aggressive. He's probably gonna kick my ass though, to be fair. What is your typing, boo boo? Ghost? Oh my god. I don't know what to counter ghost with. I always forget. Oh, play rough hits hard. Destiny Bond? What the? Ah. Oh my goodness. Go Azzy, it's your birthday. It's always Azzy's birthday. So if it dies, you die. Yeah, so I'm gonna catch it. I'm not gonna... I don't know if he'll stay in the ball. Oh? Oh? Fuck. Flamethrower. Get good, mate. Get good. Stinky popper. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Ayo! Also, thank you, Jolly. So, Vroid is really easy to use. And the VTuber kit as well, for the 2D model that I made, that they're both like if I can do it, it's like really easy.
That shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S. This shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S.
Hi, Alex. How are you doing, homie? Did you just say Vroid is easy to use? Not the outfit part, Misaki. Making your character is cuck easy. Don't at me, Misaki. It's the importing outfits that's cuck. But the making your own character is easy. Do not. Also, they have outfits, so it's not like you're going to be naked. They have like preset outfits. I do use them sometimes. The most common one is like a brown uniform that I wear. Okay, I got very distracted. And now I see there's an Umbreon in here. Oh my god. I just got distracted by the shiny. But we are on a mission to find Sinistea, okay? Because we need to evolve our baby. Yeah, but that's just for importing outfits. So that part is difficult. Get the Umbreon. I will get all of them. You know me, I love EVs. I'm going for a living dex. So I need to sort my shit out, yo. I think actually Kibibis! I found the Kibibis! There's Kibibis here. I'll remember this. Thank you for the Lectys Galaxy Wolf. I have Pokemon Sword playthrough as well. I think I finished the Pokédex for the base game, but I don't remember the other ones. But anything else I can get through Pokemon Go. I have buttloads of Pokemon in Pokemon Go. So... I'll be honest, I don't know where I'm going. What? What? Go into the light. Yeah? Is there light this way? Nyum. Oh, my eyes. There's more of these babies here. Behold these muscles. Yeah, sure, bro. This music is very cool. No, I haven't been doing any battles, mates. I'm on a mission. I'm on a mission to find Sinistese. I will go back. I will go back. Was that a... What was that? Was that a Sinisty and I scared it? Lul. Oh yeah? Hey yo! Do subtle hints in moments of struggle count as backseating? If I'm struggling, I can ask. Oh shit, this thing's level 43. God damn. Uh-oh. Thanks, Dango. I can use Dark, right? Against this? Hey, 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 hey. Ooh! Okay. Way too effective, Catnip. But it's fine, because I'll still get the chips, yeah? So it's okay. For now, maybe I won't catch it. There's a clef key. So I guess we're kind of in the right area here. Yeah, there's another one. Ah! Doesn't even need to be nighttime. That fucking bird in the background. Let's go, let's go. Just boop it. I needed 10, right? So I just need to whip 10 of these guys. Catnip, my boy, you're too strong. Too strong. The Sinisties are just everywhere here. This is so annoying. Sucker punch? How rude. Goddamn. Well, now I know who I'm using for the ghost gym. Because damn, girly. Damn, Boba. Such a silly Pokemon, but also so cute at the same time. I love Sinisty. Oops. Can I just do like this? Does that still give me the items? It does? Oh my god, okay. Hello? Oh, there we go. I was like, wait a second. Wait a second. The bird was just a Lost Adeptus. Oh, but that bird, it has like a weird flap of skin. It creeps me out, man. Good and proper creeps me out. I love how he just like fucking neumes after things. It's very cute. Okay, how many thingies do I have now? I know I need to get some for Ray as well. So I might as well since I'm already here. Small live. I have 8, okay. There's so many Pokemon here. 9. 10. Now I just need to get Foray. Go get it, buddy. Two. We're doing counting with Tato now. Ah! Hassan! GG's. Hey.
Thanks to @jargon1674 for my sub gift.
Heyo! How you doing, Hassan? Thank you to Jargon for the gift subby there. It was like a year. It was a year of Tato, I think. Let's see. What was that? Was that 2 or 3? I can't remember now. No. Fight this one. Yeah, boy. You got fucked. Oh, no. Oh, there's a Pavilion. Let's not kill the Pavilion. No! Oh, my goodness. Okay, he got his ass kicked by the Pavilion, so that's fine. Shame. 37 out of 50? It's not bad, though. It's not bad. Do you get to go over your paper? Do you get to, like, chat with your lecturer about it? Can they help you to see, like, how you could have answered better or stuff like that? Oh, shit. Sorry, buddy. I didn't see your health was low. You don't wanna? You don't wanna, Hassan? Why not? Are you scared of her? Oh, you really hate... do you have like a classmate or a tutor of some kind? Someone you can chat to about it? Because knowing where you went wrong or how you could have done better, it will help you a lot. Oh, jeez! Look at this stinky bird. You only attended her class twice? Oh. Release me. I don't want to fight you. Wait, what do you mean your twin can carry? What is your twin gonna do? If not, we'll beat her up. It's the vengeance squad for Hassan. Hassan studies very hard. I know he studies very hard. Oh, she goes to the same class? Chat to your twin then, see what she says. Oh, I was checking my bag, yeah. Two more. Why does Pokemon look like it's there to deliver an unwanted trainer baby? kind of is, but this... So that one, it like throws rocks at you. The panic. The panic is real. Hello? Sylveon in the wild? Hi, baby. Guys. Look how cute. Oh! Yeah? Oh! Hi. Oh, sorry. That would have been a really cool shiny, though. Can you imagine? I have no idea what to fight this thing with. I don't want to kill it, though. But my boy's kind of strong. Grass shouldn't be too strong, right? I'm sorry, Tango. This is literally my favorite. Oh, I killed it. Why did you crit? I want to die. Do I just reload? Oh, it's saving. We can't stop for Umbreon, but we can stop for Sylveon. It's because the Sylveon was right in front of me, Misaki, but the Umbreon was literally just on the map. I didn't see it. It was just on the map, which means it spawns there, but it wasn't in front of me. It's not, it's also Sylveon's my favorite, so shh. Shh. Umbreon is not. Need to turn off autosaves? Yeah, I think so. Ah! That's so funny, but it's okay. I do intend on getting all the EVs at some point. So that's later's problem. I'm not catching at the moment. I just want to... What are you fighting? Yeah, you got your ass kicked by something, motherfucker. There's a weird ass looking Pokemon on my screen currently. Or on the map, rather. Didn't Flower Trick almost always crit? Yeah, but it was the lowest damage one, which is why I picked it. And I was like, oh, maybe it'll be fine. Maybe it'll be fine. It was not fine. Hey, Mom, I'm just gonna go pick and pay quick. He gets ambushed by 3 Machamp. Oh, no. Probably one of the worst things to get ambushed by. Oh, what's this one called? Spoinker. I can never remember this one. I only know the I have the baby one. I don't have that one yet. Alright, I don't need to be here. I just need to go... Tango, where do I evolve? Your Let's Go Pokemon will not attack a shiny. Oh, yeah, I've seen that. It won't attack a shiny, and it won't attack, like, hidden ones as well. So if it's like a... What is it called? Not Ditto, but there's another Pokemon that does that thing where it pretends to be another one. Oh! Yellow birds! Yellow birds! Yellow birds! That's not what I wanted to click on, but cool. So glad. No! There's a town in the desert where you fight... Oh, it's back there. Must behave. Definitely must behave. Are they gonna run away? Can I grab them? Ah! That's not what I wanted to do, but okay. Can I not? Ah. I thought it was a freebie catch. But maybe that's someone's pet. That's fine. You need to speak to the dude at the fountain with the pink shirt. Alrighty. Let us fly. Where was the squirmy wormy? It was this way, right? Yeah, this is where we fought him. Let us cheese and ham. It's a bad salad if it's got a fly in it, I agree. Now let's see, there should be an Okie Schmokie by a fountain. Ayo. Whoops! I just crashed into that kid's roly-coly. This is fine. It's a tiny fountain and he has a blue shirt. Jesus. Christ on a cracker. Is it like this kind of fountain? Like water fountain? I went past him? Oh, this one. Oh my god. A fancier trade. Isn't that a woman? Hello there, child. I'm a collector of curiosities and a great lover of Sinistea. I have a curio with a dark past, shall we say? It's yours for 10 Sinistea chips. Yes. I was thinking of throwing letters so it flies, and you went with the most annoying. Sorry, Misaki. In Scarlet, it's a dude with a pink shirt. Oh. It's steeped in a potent malice. Oh, yeah. Oh my goodness. Not the Autobot catching you. Hello there, child. I am only a 30-year-old child, you know? Cheesy sloth. You call him cheeses. Alright. A peculiar set of armor that can make a certain species of Pokemon evolve. Malicious will lurks within it. Very donk. Very donk. But finally, my boy. Do you use it on him or do you give it to him to hold? Use it? I don't know if I've ever evolved a Pokemon this way, to be honest. Use this item. Shiny boy! He looks cool as fuck, man! Ah! Fire Ghost. Hell yeah! Shadow Claw. Ooh. Let us see, let us see. What did Nightshade do? Because actually... Oh. I kind of want to get rid of Clear Smog, because I literally never fucking use it. What does he say? Oh, he agrees with me? Cool. Nice! Boy! Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, look at my baby. My babies. Wait, I'm in the way. Look at my babies! Oh, my babies. I love my babies. I'm very happy with this comp. Yeah. Coolios. Well, I think I'm now sorted to go try out the ghosty gym. Because that's the plan, yo. There's so many Pokemon I need to catch though, but because I mostly do progression on streams, like I haven't been catching stuff. So I've got a lot of catching to do. Look at all my childrens, they're all grown up, they're all big strong babies. All the boys and Azzy. I have a name for him now. You do it in box. What's poppin'? Yo, mommy, just watching. Thank you, Toto. Wait, how did you change the name again? I've forgotten now. Ooh. I've forgotten how you change the name. Man, I even showed Ray how to do it the other day. It's fine. I'll change his name later. I said we're gonna go do the gym, yeah? So, let's see. This is like just a little bit upper. Okay, it's a lot upper, but it's okay. How do I get there? I haven't been in here. Not much, at least. I think I explored a little bit of the snow area. I think I can just... I can just go up this way, and I can grab that as I go past. Yeah, that looks good. Medali! That was the last gym I beat, I think. The normal gym. Yo. Alright. So... I think we said dark and ghosties. That's what we're going to be using for this upcoming gym. Wait. Am I going the right way? I did this last time. I just zoomed off and then I was very in the wrong place. Yeah. Okay, so I follow the road and then eventually I turn right. Let's hope I can do this without any incidents. Imagine knocking out fucking Sylveon, bro. What an idiot. What an idiot. It's okay. I'm thinking I kind of want to... Oh, it's just a Persian. I'm kind of thinking that I want to raise a bunch of Eevees and evolve them. But I don't know how troublesome it is. Because in Sword and Shield, there was like an Eevee rock where you could just go and different ones would spawn at like... in like different weather or something. Was it weather or was it the time of day? I don't remember. But in any case, it was very easy to get all the variations. Because you just went to the Eevee rock. My god, that's a lot of Pokemon in one spot. That's like 2 spawns on top of each other. I still need to get myself some Swordsbuck because I've only got... I think I only got 2. Oh, it's Dunsparce. I think I only got 2 of the... What are the little ones called? Deerlings? I only got 2 Deerlings so far. Nyum. Talk to me. No, thank you. I don't want to buy any, thanks. She's obviously trying to sell me something. Who? Oh. It's drugs. She wants to sell me drugs. Ooh. Also, Tazo, are you gonna be... Oh, Delibird! I need to catch one of those for Ray. Are you coming up for age? So many things! Whoa, that tree gave me a fright. I was like, what is chasing me? Ah! I love this Pokemon. They're so cute. You could only budget for Comic-Con? Oh no, that's fine. That's fine. Arguably the better way to spend your money. Ow! Hi, little baby. So cute. So cute. There's one Numing in the background. You miss Rage? Yeah. I think, man, COVID threw a lot of things, like, out. Like, did I heal my Pokemon? I think I did. I hear him, I just don't see him. Oh, there he is. Sitting next to the Snorunt. COVID's whole boost is a Crabrawler. I need one of those for Ray as well, actually. This is not a bad place to come hunting for new Pokemons. Okay, let's focus. We're going somewhere, yeah? Can I get up there? That's the ghost puppy! You wanna go, buddy? Yeah, so, I don't know. This is maybe not a great Pokemon to have out. Okay. This is fine. Let's go, Chubs. What are you joining, Henry? Oh. Oh! At least I'll be in Cape Town next year, Sushi. So, any going-ons there? Yeah, let's try a ball. I think this one's gonna be Drew. Just join your... Oh, that's fine. This friendly Pokemon doesn't like being alone. Paid even the slightest bit of attention, it will follow you forever. I mean, yeah. That sounds about right. And it is a girl. Oh, even better. Hi, Yaku! To the boxes you go. Nyan 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 ni hao nyan. Hi, little baby. I love those Pokemon so much. Wear head pads? Oh, is there no head pads? Oopsie. Oopsie, no head pads? No, never melt ice. Ooh. Very cool. Is that a motherfucking Glaceon in my face? I killed the last one. Hi, little baby. You want to fight or... Okay, that one wants to fight. Run. We are supposed to be focusing an outbreak of wild frostlass. Oh, shit. They kind of hamgry, though. Oh, Jesus. That is not what I wanted to do. I forgot to turn on the head pads before stream. My bad. It is so cute, Tango. Every time I look at it, I scream. This is a great time to shiny hunt. Just look at the outbreaks. Hey! In public! In public, Cupcake! Where everyone else can hear you. Tooting out your booty. Oh, there's a winter Sawsbuck. Good to know. There's so many things here. What? If you have to go, you have to... I mean, yeah. For shows. What the fuck is that? Is that a thing?
Shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A, yes, this shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A, yes.
Oh, that's a puppy! I don't want to fight you, buddy. Sorry to disturb you. Oh my goodness. This is how they shiny hunt. Ah, okay. Look, the little... Because they're little candles, they're lighting the way up the mountain. That's fucking cute, man. Whoa. Beartic, just casual bear. Mr. Bear. Where was that other shiny? Snowball? Outbreak of wild bronze... Did I? There was only one there. How much of an outbreak is it? Maybe it's further up? And that guy fell down? Ah, okay, you see? That makes a little more sense. Oh, but wait, there's more. This thing's Evo... What, Bronzong? Or the ghosty papa. Does the ghosty papa evolve? There's so many trainer battles I've been skipping. Whoop! But it's something that I like to do off stream. Because it doesn't really add to the story at all. Oh, the doggo, yeah? I'm excited to see. This town is so strange. Oh yeah, I wanted to see what that snowball was. Oops. It's banned? Oh my god, already? Shit. Okay, so yeah, it must be pretty good then. The single-use ball of snow boosts the attacks that... Oh! Okay. Interesting. Hi, Mozine! How you doing? This town's cute, but also a little bit strange. Why do they just randomly have candles everywhere? It's terribly cold. Sure is. Yes, it is. And this? Can't interact with it. It's cute, but strange. You gonna look? No worries, no worries. Enjoy. Hey, they have grilled rice balls as well. I haven't done like any of the picnic stuff and the cooking and whatever. That's very much Later's problem. Did you know that listening to music is competitive? It is? How so? How so, Momo? Oh, it's this guy that I haven't seen since God was a child. How goes your treasure hunt? Figured out what you're hunting for yet? Oh, there's a Mimikyu in the background! I have no idea. I'm doing several things at the same time, homie. Many students choose to make a gym circuit, the gym circuit, a part of their treasure hunt. It's no easy feat, but even making the attempt is a worthwhile experience. Why do you think I'm here, Humslizzle? That's why I was waiting here, to make sure you know your homeroom teachers got your back. Okay. A lucky egg. An item to help our Pokemon's egg filled with happiness that earns the holder extra X. Okay. I'm seeing all the Spotify posts and realizing my music listening is rookie numbers. Did you see mine, Mozin? I didn't post like my full stats, I don't think. I just posted the flex, the BTS flex. Where is it? 42,000 minutes listened. I'm in the top 0.05% of listeners. I don't even know what that means. And there's a lot of army to compete with, so... that was my flex. I basically... I don't remember what all my other stats were, but my other most listened to music was the Hoyo mix, and is it Yu Peng Cheng or something? It's the composer for Genshin, so like I listened to two things. I listened to Genshin Impact and BTS, and that's it. I have very refined tastes. Refined down to 2 artists, exactly. I hope you'll keep working on that Pokédex of yours too. Since I did make the app and all. Okay, dude, we get it. Mans is just plugging while I'm on my journey. But yeah, I think all in all, I think I had like 69,000 hours. I'm almost always listening to music though. Not at the moment because I'm playing Pokemon and I'm like, oh, there's little Dreepies behind her. And there's a Mimi. I love Mimis. Hi. Oh, sweet baby. Your top artist? What is this camera doing? Tay Sway, 727 minutes, the top 7%. 69 noise. I think it was. I'll have to go look again. I'll maybe post the... Oh! What is this one called again? It's so cute though. Can't remember. Apple Music doesn't count my offline hours, so my stats were off. Oh, really? Yes, let's go. I exclusively listen through Spotify. Wait, is Tay Sway Taylor Swift? Her music's good. I don't understand why people hate on her. Like, just listen to your own music, man. It's not that hard. Hi, Yaku. Are those the head pats for me? I don't understand why. The only reason that I would hate on a performer is like if I don't like their message or whatever. Like I refuse to listen to music where it's like slap my bitch and calling women hoes and stuff, and I'm just like no thank you. Or like drugs. I don't like that kind of stuff. No fleur mur, alsjeblieft. With tears in my eyes, Yaku. No tantrums here. Relax. Relax. It's okay. I can give you a free head pad. How's that? Yeah? Free head pads. Just for you, Yaku. You use Apple because you don't pay for the service. I mean, fair. Fair enough. I haven't taken my multivitamin today, but I also haven't eaten, so... Maybe I'll wait. I'll take it later. Oh, I did not read what she said. Howdy, crazy mug. Hello, hello, how are you? Still determined to not use the word friend. It's fine, I'm not offended or anything. Concert stage. Wait, do I have to do musics? Electric terrain. Well, I know I won't be using that, but that's still cool. I saw something shiny up here. Ooh, Ghost Terror Shard. Very cool. You only need 50 of those to change your Pokemon's Terra type. Hey, look, it's Moist Critical, guys. Yo, trainer, you the one performing the opening act today? My name's MC Sledge. This is the stage right here. So here's the deal. You're gonna have to do some double battles. That's where you have 2 Pokemon fight on each side. That'll let you sledge up double the opponents and get the audience twice as excited. The venue will be so hot, it'll melt the Montenevera snow. Jeez, words. Once you get the audience worked up and ready to go, that'll be the cue for our leader to take the stage. That's how you pass our gym test, yo. He actually made a video where he voices over this guy, right? Because it looks like him. Your opening act begins as soon as you get up on the stage. There'll be no backing down until you win 3 times in a row, so make sure you're ready. Shit, man. You're gonna lurkies. Alright, Hassan, have a lovely day. We'll see you when we see you, yeah? I just want to double check that I healed my babies. Thank you, Hassan. Hassan, my son. The battle was awesome. Ah. Puggy! Spoilers, wanted to say hi. Also, Puggy, I caught Drew. I don't know if I ever told you. There was a specific pooper that I wanted to get. Still not over Amy Winehouse's death. Oh man, yeah, it's very sad. I caught a Drew Bean. A Drew Beanie. There she is. It's the little ghost pupper. It loves to eat. There's the Drew Beanie. This is so cute. So yeah, she's just chinchillin'. This is actually Ray's box, so I need to move some of these things out before he steals them. Accurate as fuck. And it also said something like the description for the Pokemon was like, they like to follow people or whatever. What did it say? This friendly Pokemon doesn't like being alone. Pay it even the slightest bit of attention and it will follow you forever. So yeah, that's 100%. 100% true. Yeah. So I knew that I wanted to catch that one. There was a Dachshund one, but I was like, nah, that doesn't seem right. But yes, I think that's perfect for Drew. Alright, so we said we're gonna do this one, right? You want to kick something? Uh-oh. Just don't hurt yourself, Sushi. It loves to eat. Same, Pokemon. Same, yeah. Let's, maybe I'll do this gym battle and then I need to go make lunchies. Because I haven't eaten today. I don't eat breakfast. I'm very bad at doing that. But also don't kick anything, because maybe you hurt yourself, and that won't be Gucci, fam. Just got off a call with the project manager who initially told us when we create... If the guy says 2.7, we need to type out 2.7. Oh no! Corrected all of the subtitles. Oh my god, that's so annoying. Oh my god. At least it's kind of fresh in your memory, like all the things that you went and had to change. You kind of aware. You're like, oh yes, I remember all of the things that I had to change, and now I need to change it back again. Is it Uber Eats time, Puggy? What are you having? It would be more dinner time for you. Also, Puggy, did you sleep? Girly, did you sleep at all? What's up, Montenevera? Today's opening act will be 3 back-to-back double battles by our challenger here, Malgin. And the first of their 3 opponents will be a young performer who makes it look like a breeze. Yeah? I get to beat up a kid. I'm so glad. Nice Taurus shirt. Taz. Oh my god, Taz? You're in Pokemon? Gym trainer Taz. Let's go. Hey, shut up. Sorry, guys. I'm actually gonna whip your asses. Feels bad, man. Oh, McDonald's. It's 6 p.m. now. You slept. Oh my god, you only went to sleep at 8. You've always wanted to be a little boy. Sure. Not a strange thing to say at all. Do you have any like special McDonald's in Japan? Man, look how cool my Pokemon are. Fuck. Sorry, Taz. Thoroughly whipped your ass. 1 + 1 is 2, right? Yes? That's a weird question, homie, but I guess he is a little kid. Can you do quick math, Sushi? Oh, we got lights this time? Another kid? Oh, you're joking. Am I just here to wail on kids or what? I know my character's technically a kid, but... This is banger teriyaki burger? Oh, really? Your maths never maths. No quick maths. Slow maths only. Shrimp burgers? Oh my god. Ray is allergic to shrimp, so like I need to be careful. So I was very sad. I bought this like curry stuff, like a curry powder from Kokoro, but it had shrimp and oyster stuff in it, and I was like, fuck. Christmas McFlurries. It's Lani. Kickest of W's. What exactly is a Christmas McFlurry? Does it taste like pine trees? Has it got little presents in it? You want a Chrysler McFlurry? We gotta DIY that shit, Sushi. We gotta make our own. Puggy will have to give us the secret recipe. You're fucked. Papa T! Hello, hello. How are you doing? Yeah, look at your dumb face. Your hair is clipping through it. A crisis. A Crimus McFlurry. Crimbus, Crisis, Chrysler. I fucking, that every year, that video, I forget about it. Every year I forget about it and then it comes back and I'm like, yes! Oh shit, I get to fight the man himself. So I got to beat up a child and then I got to beat up a woman. Now I get to beat up Moist Critical. Fantastic. There's one that's strawberry and biscuits. And a caramel pretzel. Oh, okay, you know what? That sounds really good. I thought it would have been a little more color themed. So like having like sprinkles or something in like Christmas colors. I should try and make my own McFlurries. Y'all, I don't have a job now. I can do whatever the fuck I want. I love saying that. It's dumb, but it makes me happy. Sorry, Driftblim. It fights back. Hi, Sejo! Living your best life? Oh, fuck yeah, it's wifey's birthday. Happy birthday to her. I hope she has a wonderful day. Please, please pass on the birthday wishes. I hope she has a wonderful day. Are you guys celebrating today? Or are you gonna wait for the weekend to do something? How you doing, Sejo? I still love your name, by the way. I don't think I will ever stop loving your name. It is one of my favorites. So good. The packaging is all decorated. Ah, I remember there was was it Starbucks? I think Starbucks also had like a Christmas, like, you know, the cover thing that you're talking about. But that's cool. Do we have that in South Africa? I'm actually not too sure. It was you who sledged me up. Yeah, get fucked, buddy. Not me being mean to an NPC. Oh yeah? Do we get to fight Ghost Mommy now? Look at all the little Pokemon in the crowd as well. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? I don't know where I picked that up from. Do I get to heal before I fight the gym battle? Because I know I've just done the... Oh, her name's Rhyme? Oh my god, I love that. Thank the random name generator gods. Wait, really? Nah, Seiko, that's such a good... Oh, it's a hike. Oh, I've never watched Haikyuu. So I don't know where I got it from now. Lol. Oh my god, she looking big pimpin'. Look at her shoes. Oh my god. Oh, boss ass. Boss ass. Look at her hair. This crowd's so loud it could wake the dead. Oh shit, is she a rapper? Oh my god. Thanks for the killer opener. Oh, she called me baby. I love her. I love when like, I don't want to say grannies, but like when it doesn't matter whose granny it is. When someone's granny calls you baby, you just melt. You had breakfast? Oh, nice. You're gonna do something on the weekend? She's more excited that it's getting close. Oh. When is baby due, Puppety? When is the newest addition to the T squad gonna hatch? Sorry, that was a weird word to choose, but cause she's a little chicken, an itty bitty little chickie. Y'all, I don't watch sports anime. There's so many I wanted to watch. I wanted to watch that ice skating one. What was it called?
Hello, motherfucker.
Hi, Chris. The name was a total lie. Yuri on Ice, more like Yaoi on Ice. Boy. I wanted to watch that one and I just never did. It seemed really good though. She's hatching in March. Ooh. Very nice. Autumn baby. I almost said spring baby and I was like, no. Wrong side of the planet for that. Alright, so what I'm gonna do, we're gonna do the gym battle. Yeah. Oh wait, I wanted to check if I can buy Ultra Balls yet. We're gonna do the gym battle and then I need to go make lunchies. Because I haven't eaten today. Spring baby, yes. March is springtime, yes. Oh, I can buy Ultra Balls now. Thank the Pope, man. Just dropping a casual 40k. Because those are the balls I'm going to be using from now on. Unless I'm in like a lobby area. You like the fit? Thanks! It's actually one of my Halloween outfits, but I thought it looked cute, so I was like, yeah, fuck it. Let's wear it for Pokemon Day. This is fine. Free? Ah, yes. So Sejo, that's one of the sports animes that I have actually watched. And in fact, Puggy is a massive fan. She's all about that Haru-chan. I'm more about, So, Nagisa, I liked Nagisa, like, to cosplay. Yes, you guys are now besties. You guys are besties now. But I think... What was the brown hair? I can't remember the boy with the brown hair. He was my favorite. Oh, I have to go tell them that I passed? Where's the fucking building? Oh, it's here. Lol. Makoto! Yes. I was gonna say Mako and I was like, no, that doesn't sound... What the fuck? That doesn't sound right. I was like... My brain was not working. Because yeah, I was just gonna say Mako and I was like, that doesn't sound right. Something ain't adding up there. But yes, Puggy's a massive fan of Free. Haru-chan. Haru-chan's her boy. Who's your boy, Sejo? Who's your boy? Why do I remember everyone's name except Makoto though? Like, I was like going through the names and I was like, I don't know why my game crashed there, but hopefully it, I mean, I still have the autosave on. For now, autosave is fine. But once I start catching stuff or shiny hunting, I'm gonna want to turn that shit off. I never cosplayed Free, did I? I'm too chunky now to do Nagisa though. I did? Huh? I never cosplayed free. Huh? Mikoshiba! Hey? I'm old, Puggy. My brain is a colander. The memories have just slipped through the holes. Oh, Momo! Oh, I forgot about that. Oh my god. That was literally a billion years ago. My bitch ass wasn't even wearing makeup. I don't think I had lenses. I wonder what happened to that prison outfit. I don't remember. Oh my gosh. Man. That was so long ago. Holy shit. That was at Icon, but like the old venue for Icon. Oh my goodness. Actual blast from the past. Whenever I think of Taz, and I think it's where I met you as well, Puggy, was at that picnic that Lee had at her complex, and Gabby was literally a teeny tiny baby. She was literally an itty bitty, like knee high little baby, and now she's like an adult big person, and I'm just like, no. Rewind. You think you could step up? You'd step to my game, fool. I got rhyme right here in my name. Gabby was 2. Yeah, she was teeny tiny, itty bitty little baby. Now she's so big. Now she's a demon. I'm a specter from which there is no protector, and victory unto me will render when the crowd sees you're a mere pretender. This is kind of hard to read, but anyway. Not so long ago. No, it was a really long time ago. When I met Sushi and Puggy, it was so long ago. Gosh. You want to end my reign? Yeah, keep dreaming. Buy a book of rhymes, kid, and start reading. Missy Elliott. Man, I had a kitten like when I was really young, and I wanted to name her Missy after Missy Elliott, and my family was like, no. And I was like, but Missy's such a cute name, what the fuck? 9 years ago? Damn. Hold up, where you going? That's all you got? Oh, she looked mad. After my next shift? Seriously? Bars over jokes? Come on. It gets boring wearing the crown if no one makes me fight to keep it. Yeah, competition's important. My opener's back. Here for a rap battle or a gym battle? I'm definitely here for a gym battle. I can't rap for shit, lady. But she is definitely one of my favorite gym leaders. I fucking love her. She's very cool. I rap what's in my soul, baby. Weaving words into a symphony of poetry. I love her. Don't try it with me, you won't last one round. I'm like Sableye. My mean look will lock you down. You feel me? Yes. Yeah, I mean, if she keeps calling me baby, it's fine. Is that a hand? The one coming out the front is like, you feel me? Yes. The one, her hair in the front, it looks like a hand. I wonder if that was intentional. Let's make this a vibe. Hell yeah. Hey, yo. Mimi! Mr. Rhyme is probably her Pokemon. I hope so. I think it should be fine either way, to be honest. That's Mr. Mime. No, there is a Mr. Rhyme as well, if I'm not mistaken. I think they added it into Sword and Shield. There was an evolve for... Oh! The audacity. Huh? Hey? We'll bring out Chubbs for now.
Thank you for the luckies, pineapples.
Mary J. Blige, not Missy. Well, I don't know. I was just talking about my kitty before, but... So wait, Night Slash didn't do anything. Maybe the Banette? And then Chubbs can do a spark on Mimi. Yeah, eat shit. I wonder how many... Will she have 6 Pokemon? I didn't see. Oh! Houndstone? Oh my god. This is some intense shit, man. Oh? Why though? I don't know. Can just spark Mimi down. Got him. I wonder if she's gonna Terra at all. If it's necessary or... So that's the evolve form. That's what Drew's gonna turn into. If I evolve her, I guess. I haven't lost yet. She looks mad. Toxtricity! Ah!
Thank you for the luckies, Papa T.
Well, I don't... Oh, this is her last Pokemon? It's gonna become Ghost type, yeah? That's how this works. But we'll just spark anyway, because why not? Oh? Oh my god. Oh my god, those were all puppas all along. Oh my god. That's very interesting. Ah! That's cute as hell, man. That was so cute. You gotta teach Drew to dance like that now. Just grooving in the background there. Okay, that battle ended very quickly. Swagger? What is Swagger again? A normal type? Nope. No, thank you. Drew dancing is also me in the club. You go to clubs? Giving up the ghost, not really my style. I'll let you have this one though, baby. Yeah, she can call me baby. Chillin' and thrillin'. You got spirit, kid. You earned my gym badge. How about a VIP pass to my next show too? Thanks! That's such a cute one. With 6 gym badges, it'll be easier to catch Pokemon up to level 50, and they'll listen to what you have to say too. Wow! I'm gonna let you have this. What? Shadow Ball. Oh! Shadow Ball's a good one, I think. Too bad it's over. Make your way back to my stage sometime. Maybe next time we rap battle instead. Who knows? That's so cute. Oh, that was my favorite gym battle, actually. Uh-oh. Greetings once more. I was watching your battle with the gym leader from the sidelines, and I must say, I thought it was simply excellent. Full marks, gold star, extra credit even. This guy's over the top. Hardly had you sent out Mioscarada before you launched into your strategy. That unrelenting offense, that flurry of attacks, what an efficient way to corner the opponent. And what artfully trained Pokemon, such a vibrant palette of moves. This guy. I do beg your pardon, I didn't mean to let my emotions run amok like that. In summary, I simply wanted to say that you seem to have gotten even stronger. I must admit, I'm eager for you to gather all the gym badges. As a member of the Elite Four, I await the day you come to face me with great anticipation. Oh, but one thing, don't let your studies fall by the wayside. Be sure to come to the academy now and then. Oh yeah, I have not done any of that. I have done no studies. I, in fact, forgot about my studies. Whoops! Alright, so I'm gonna take a quick sneaky break, guys, because I wanna go make some lunchies. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pop the ad now. It's a little bit early, but I'm gonna pop it now. For those of you who got sub, you're just gonna sit on the BRB screen. And then, yeah, hopefully I won't take too long. I'm just making like a sandwich and heating something up in the air fryer, so I'll be back in a bit. This is a good time for you if you need to go stretchy or get something to eat or something to drink or whatever the case is. Go do your things. And we'll be back. Yeah. Alright. See you guys in a bit. Weapon... No, we don't do weapon banner in this house. Weapon banner is disappointment. So no. Oh! Shotgun? You can just run up to them and shoot them in the face? Where is this guy? Man, I don't play scary games at all. I am a chicken bitch of note, let me tell you. I get a fright from my own notifications if I don't see them coming, so... You guys! Okay.
Emax_Yoda screamed, my sprinkler goes like this. And comes back like this.
Okay, I wasn't expecting the second part, so that that one got me. Very nice. I like. Can't go. Stairway to hell. Ah! What am I supposed to do? High five him in the face. Hello, hello, hello. I am pig. Oink, oink. Did you guys see that?
Listen, Tango, they never say why the power's out. They're like, oh yeah, there's a fault. I'm like, yeah, it's your fault the power's out. Turn it back on. My God. I'm miserable right now. This is impressive and not in a good way. I agree, but I just got one now, so maybe I should be thankful. Okay, now another one. That's not him. That's also not him. That's especially not him. That is a bow. That is not a dog boy. That is also not a dog boy. This is disappointment. I'm gonna go ugly cry. This is a cat! Ah! Why didn't I pick a butthole? Money, 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 money! Make an offering. What is it? 3-7. Oops. Ah! Oh. Slowly. Ah! I can't remember who said they wanted to. Who said they wanted to be joined? Or who wanted to join? Who won? The crowns. Whoa! It's fucking huge. Holy shit! That's the first time I've taken him out. Uh-oh. I'm being too loud. It's now almost 12 o'clock. I need to... Shh. I wonder if the avatar farts. You mean like Aang? Being a windy boy, I wonder if he can just like control his farts. So you just don't hear the squeak. It's just silent but deadly all the way. Oh, the stream. I'm so sorry, Jinxie. My brain went a completely different direction there. I can't even explain my way out of that, I'm sorry. Fart bender indeed. See, but I like it. A pussy tight pussy feet, pussy fresh. No, piss! I had that song stuck in my head earlier today. Oh no. Why you read? Because it was funny. And I don't... It is me, I have returned. I have food. Mmm. Alright, so... let's go have a look. We're at 12 badges. No shiny Pokemon battled yet. Did you guys go get something to eat, something to drink? Did you go stretch your legs? I wanted to go look at my Pokédex. I haven't seen a single Fuecoco. Like, there's just missing here in between. There's just nada. I still need to evolve my Jumpluff as well. And I need a Talonflame. Oh, and a Gumshoes. I think I saw one in that cave that we went through earlier. When we were looking for the Sinisties. Pavilion! I caught a Combi, but I caught a female Combi so that I could evolve it. Completely missing something here. Must be some kind of water Pokemon, though. Every time I think I've caught a lot of Pokemon, I come look at my Pokédex and there's so many missing things. Caught a Vigoroth, haven't seen a Slackheart. I saw one in a den, though. Which I guess could count. And I think I've battled one, maybe. Hi, Guria! How are you doing today? Are you here to ruffle feathers? What's your favorite Pokemon? Bulbasaur? Goo-goo! I saw a Staraptor. Goodbye! Goodbye! Goodbye, Guria! I can't say it was nice having you here. Because you're here talking shit. Oh, hold on. I did the wrong thing. This one. I banned you and then accidentally timed you out and I was like, whoops. Welcome back. Have you learned your lesson? Or do I need to ban you again? I still want the fucking... Because these birds, there's 4 different colors. It's not going to show here, because I didn't get to battle it. I just saw it in the distance. Piplup. I do have someone in chat who would definitely agree with you. Piplup is cool, though. The final evolution, what is it called? Empoleon? Empoleon's amazing. Yeah, I think that's why Puggy likes Piplup too. It's cute and it's a tiny penguin. Does this thing evolve once more? You're lurking in Varbin. No worries. I expect chaos when you come here, Guria, so... I was prepared mentally. I need Flababies as well. Like the different colors. Because I think they have like 5 different colors, the Flababies. Oh. I can't take this one seriously. Which one are the eyes? Is it the ones above the mouth, or is it the ones on the sides? I need to see this Pokemon blink. You've never heard of that Pokemon? You don't know Piplup? Oh, Flababy. You don't know Flabébé? Yeah. It's a little flower Pokemon. So you get the different varieties. They'll have a different color flower that they sit on. There's red, white, I think orange, yellow. So yeah, Flabébé. Puria. Look at this shit. They just made him longer. Tango! Goodbye! Goodbye, Tango! Ban! Ban! Get out of here. Can't believe you've done this, Tango. You here talking straight shit, sir? Straight shit? Mm-mm. Not in my chat, sir. Absolutely not. Ben! Goodbye. You smack talk my boy Bulbasaur. You guys... Listen. Can I tell you all something very rude? Please install Eyes 2.0. Do you not see the sub badges of Bulbasaurs? The sub badge, the bit badge even, both badges is Bulbasaur's. And you wanna come here and spout shit? Ban. Ban. Tangon. If you smack talk Bulbasaur again, you're gonna be Tangon. Tangon Ducky, goodbye. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Now you know. I ain't playing. I ain't playing. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. This is one of the dumbest Pokemon of this generation. This is easily one of the dumbest ones. It's a mushroom called Toadstool. Because it's like toadstool. And wood ear is a kind of mushroom. Oh, this one's kind of weird though. Frill Pokemon, and then it turns into an ostrich. And I'm like, I mean, I guess. This just looks like a tissue box. Every time I look at Flittle, I'm just like, those little white things coming out the top of its head. Then it's tissues. So this is the tissue box Pokemon. This one's also pretty silly. Sandile. If you guys aren't familiar, Sandile. Oh, I still want to play with this one. I need to evolve mine. The Metal Smith Pokemon. Very interesting. Oh yeah, here's the Vienna sausage Pokemon. This is a silly Pokemon as well. It's literally an engine, both of them. Varoom and Revavroom. Larvitar. Oh, I hate this thing so much. Ugliest Pokemon hands down. I have so many things I need to catch, like damn. Oh, I also really like this one. This one's very silly, but at the same time I love it. Wait, does it evolve? Oh my god. Tatsugiri. He looked like a sushi. They should have made a brrpa Pokemon then. Hi, JP. Yeah, we're missing the was that the end? We're missing that. I don't know. It doesn't show you the forms here, does it? Oh, it does. So there's the curly form. I reckon this one is the shrimp. There's the stretchy form. I don't know what kind of fish that is. But this one's got to be the tuna, right? That fatty tuna. So yeah, there's the... Well, I only found the 3 forms. I don't know if there's more than that. But yeah, that's all the Pokemons we've got so far. Not me sneaking literally everywhere.
More into the
Oh! I'm watching Connor's video to see which order I should do things in. Ooh, are we going to... Camera angle? Hello? I think we're going to be going to another Titan now. Ugh. My character's shivering because she's cold. Sorry, girlie. We go here next. I hate that when you zoom back in, it doesn't take you to where you zoomed. But this is where I'm going. The Titan. The ground Titan. Yeah, we'll go do this. I'm just trying to think. Oh wait, I have a very close... Haha, nice. I was trying to think, I was like, how do I get there? Never mind, I've been through there, I've walked through there. In fact. And I can hear a gimme ghoul. Is it up there? It is! Oops.
You know what a truly silly Pokemon is? Dan Bulba Wobbuffet. Thing is such a cheese and gives Team Rocket such hassles. But we do love the big blue chunky boy Wobbuffet.
Is that a shiny? No, that's not a shiny. So that's like, there's like special, special forms where this will have like a different typing. But they shine like that in the open world. Look at all these little itty bitty babies here. Oh, I forgot the little rufflets are very aggressive. It's silly worm Pokemon. Alright, let's focus for a second. Where were we going? This way. I think I actually saw this in the distance before. This way. Even by marking it on the map, my brain is still like, wait, what? Wait, do I need to heal my Pokemon? I do. Shit. Okay. I can go heal there before. There's the boy. That's the boy we're gonna go fight now. He's literally just out in the open. There's a Sandile hiding in the sand. Let's make crits. Okay, this Poke Center was a lot further away than I thought it was. Oh gosh. It looked really close, it wasn't. How much better is this compared to Sword and Shield? I don't know if I would say it's better. It's very similar. But I think there's a lot more like quality of life things in this game than in Sword. I don't know. I don't know if I would say it's better. But there's like little things they've changed. They made it, it feels like they made it a little bit easier. Ooh, what's the rainbow light? Is it like a 3-star or something? Ugh, not Taurus. Oh no, it's just a 1-star. Huh. Oh, flippin' giraffe rig. Give me peace, man. Why are you chasing me? No, thank you. I don't want to buy any. Release me. There's so many Pokemon down here, I'm just like, ugh! Okay, let's focus. We're going back to the Titan, yeah? I think... No! Those little doggies are very aggressive. I mean, I'd probably also be aggressive if I needed to take a shit so badly that my face was contorted, but you know. Okay, focus, focus, focus. We go fight the big boy. So... Oh. I want it so bad. Maybe we can make a quick pit stop. Damn it. I gave it a spoop. Okay. Don't kill it. Oh, it's level 56? It should be fine then. Ooh. Do I risk a crit? Huh? Hello? LOL? Braviary said JK LOL? That was fucking funny. Okay, cool. I'm so glad. So... is that a steel? Fighting works, right? I thought it was gonna be a ground type, but... is there something in the rock? I mean, there's definitely something in the rock there, but I can't get it to come out. Okay, cool. So... he has to be a steel type, right? Whoops. Oh, shit. I drifted over a tiny sandy layer. There's a Larvesta. I will catch you later, buddy. I'm on a mission currently. Where'd the big boy go? Oh, Jesus! Okay. Do I just drive up to him? Ooh. Oh my goodness. It's Donphan if Donphan was a robot. Hey! Bro! Oh, I thought that would start it, but okay. Look at that face! He looked so mad. Now is not the time to be calling. Oh, this is Professor Turo. Oh, what's poppin'?
Don't mind me just watching.
Thank you, Cupcake. Iron Treads is a Pokemon that came from the great crater of Paldea. Ask that you do whatever is needed to subdue it for me, with all due caution, of course. Okay. It's steel type, right? It has to be. Uh-oh. I goofed. Is he ground? Is he ground? Oh my god. I goofed, guys. Okay, we're good. It's grumpy little face. This is fine. I don't know why I thought he would be steel. But he's still ground. I guess that makes sense. Why not, you know? Uh-oh. Rude. Alright, I can't, like, kill it. Okay, well now I know for next time. Hello, random person. The Minions Revenge. Hello, how are you doing today? Hi, Sinjin! How are you doing, Sinjin? Look at this goofy ass. This goofy ass Pokemon. With this goofy ass LED face. Uh-oh! Oh no! We all lost the game! I can't believe you've done this, Minion! Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Guys, we lost the game. I'm doing good, Sinjin. The revenge is complete. Wait, why did you need to get revenge on me, though? What did I do? Hi, Pocahontas. How are you doing? Also, Sinjin, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I am making progress, which is, you know, a big part of this game. So, I just had a very tasty lunch as well. So, we chillin', we vibing. I am the revenge of the minions you have killed in video games. Oops, okay. Well, I'll take it then. I'll take my punishment. Fair enough. Jeez. I don't know why, but my whole desk shook from the controller. Uh-oh. I'm just gonna heal up my boo-boo. Scovillain? What is Scovillain? Wait, what? What is he fighting with? Oh, it's the chili peppers! Oh my god, that name is amazing. You're okay? Did you manage to do your abyss yesterday, Pocahontas? Oh! That guy hits hard. Recently took my son fishing. Too bad the aquarium kicked us out. I feel like, I totally get why they kicked you out. I think that makes a lot of sense. Ow! Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. Is it okay if I just call you Minion? Critical hit, boy! Let's go! Big slapper. Oh, you didn't. Have you tried it before, Pocahontas? I don't know. I know not everyone's interested in it, and I psyched myself out for a long time from doing it. I was like, no, I can't. I don't know how to do it. But now I force myself to do it. I'm like, no. I have very strong characters. I can do it. I don't need to get 36 stars every time. Oh, Spiral Abyss. It's, that was rude. Quit chubs. Sorry, chubby. It's a... like in-game content. Whoa! It's in-game content in Genshin Impact. And you burned him? Shit! Rest in pieces, stinky elephant thing. You haven't done Abyss? Has it not reset, Bubble? You haven't played Genshin? Ah, I play a lot of Genshin. It's About half of what I play on stream. I was playing it yesterday. Do I actually need to battle this thing? Because, like... It has no HPs. Ah! Rude. Like, the thing's already dead, right? I'm so confused. Oh, you need to do the new one? Oh, it had 1 HP? Oh, that's funny. Oh, what the fuck? It just turned into ball? Oh, Azzy! I love my Azzy. She's very cute. Azzy Mario. Oh, that's a lot of XP. Poor Chubby got none of it.
Got him!
Minion! Oh my goodness, thank you! That gave me a fright. A reward for killing the Titan. Thank you so much, Minion. So that went to Ebbs. Oh, Ebbs is lovely. Emulator, Alexander the OK, Garomai, and Nymphu. Thank you so much, Minion. I really appreciate that. And it went to some good peepos as well. That always makes me really happy when the gift subs go to good peepos. They go to good eggs. Is it sandwich time? So you just rewarded me for killing what could be described as a minion. So whose side are you on, Minion? There's some backstory. There's some backstory here. Some dark past, maybe. What's the Minion revenge lore? Oh, that was a boss? That one doesn't count? Okay, I see. I see. So minions would be all the little ones. Oh no! Sour? Is that why it's yellow? Lemon. The shape, the sheen, it looks like it'll taste horrible, which means it's gotta be good for you. Oh my goodness. I mean, to be fair, medicine. What does the book have to say? Sour Herba Mystica is chock full of nutrients and is great for boosting your overall health. Says here it works wonders whether you're tired physically or mentally. Perks you right up. No time to waste. Let's get some food going. I love this part because we get to feed sandwich to the baby. A super healthy sandwich that'll perk you right up. Oh! As a token of our friendship, here's another Titan badge! Hell yeah! This guy's a goober, but I like his determination to help his papa. You're made from the vengeance of all minions that were killed by heroes and villains. We're not spreading revenge. I simply say dad jokes. Perfect. We love bad... I was gonna say bad jokes. We love bad jokes and dad jokes and fart jokes, poop jokes, butt jokes. Yeah. Also, these nuts. Them jokes always make me laugh. Where's the boy? Where's the boy? Where's the boy? Also, my outfit is atrocious. One day I'll change. There's the boy. Baby want a sandwich? Yes! 100%. Always give the boy the sandwich. And the pupper? Oh! Minion! You can't say that. Oh my god. You know, a lot of people died. Not in the movie. Would you look at that? Seems like someone's got a proper appetite now. Oh, I saw this actually on one of my friend's streams. Accidentally spoiled things for myself, but it's okay. It's just dialogue, I guess. Oh! What'd he do now? Glide? Seems like that fellow's also slowly regaining its original strength. Doesn't look like it's anywhere close to returning to its battle form. Battle form? So he's not just a motorbike? It seems healthy enough physically. Maybe it's got some kind of mental block that's preventing it from returning to its true form. A mental block? I I've read about it in books before. A mental scar, like psychological trauma. Wow, when did Pokemon get so heavy? I think that's what you call it. Oh my god. Maybe it had a terrifying
Daddy
experience in battle.
screamed Torterra.
Yes, Daddy. What about Torterra? Do you wanna give some context for that message, Daddy? In the first season, there was an abused Charmander. You know, that is true.
Daddy screamed Torterra pia us.
Torterra up your ass. Maybe not. Maybe don't do that. Don't be tearing up no asses, Daddy. Please and thank you. I'm sure both that Brute and Mabostiff will make a full recovery eventually. How do you feel, Mabostiff? How's that Herba Mystica working? Woof. No pressure? Bro, you're putting him under all the pressure. Not like it's fair to expect every kind of Herba Mystica to have some huge effect, right? And it's not like the effect has to be immediate either. Barf! Am I doing the Pokemon sounds right? Hey, it's okay, don't worry. Morgan and I are gonna make sure you're right as rain. We've got one more herb to go, and I bet it's the best of them all. Did we get the spicy one yet? I don't know.
The Minion's Revenge screamed, you know, along the way I have learned you remember all the people you have lost. Maybe I shouldn't be a tour guide.
Oh no. Oh no. Let's keep our momentum. Hell yeah. Oh? Okay. Yeah, maybe not, it's being a tour guide is not your calling. Churro! I detect that Miraidon has regained more of its original power after it has jumped into the air. You should try pressing the B button again. It should glide now. So basically, we're just giving him a Red Bull then. That's what's going on here. Whoa. Okay, hold on. Larvesta Fuzz. Oh no, those little chickadees. Ah! Fuck. I don't want to fight you, Rufflet. It gives you wings? Exactly. So instead of feeding it sandwiches from now on, we should just feed it Red Bull instead. We could have skipped all of these Titans and just given it a Red Bull, you know? I think the glide's gonna be pretty nice, like, just to, like, fall into areas. Sandile Claw. I'm just getting distracted by shiny things currently. Ooh, Confuse Ray. I confuse Ray every day, so I don't know if I need that. I confuse him all by myself. What's your favorite new Pokemon? Daddy, I'm doing good. How are you? Have you eaten? Have you had something to drink? My favorite new Pokemon? I think there's only one answer to that, to be honest. I'll show you. If I can find it. Lol. I actually don't know where it sits in the Pokédex. Yeah. This is my favorite. How about you, Minion? You also playing Pokemon? Sleepy? Not yet. Oh, you just had a nap? Did you have a good nap, though? Because I find like naps for me aren't that great. I love this Pokemon. This is my favorite one out of all the new Pokemon. I love this one so much. I think the design is really cool. The like inspiration behind it and everything. Oh, it's so cool. Oh, Tandemouse and Gimmighoul. Gimmighoul is very cute. I caught one. And I'm collecting as many coins as I can find. I love this little guy. The coin chest Pokemon. Adorable. It's hell to evolve him. Oh, how do you evolve him? Is there like some secret to it? What else did I really like? Oh, this one? Oh, Minion. Look at this. Oh my goodness, it's so cute. 999 coins? Goddamn, okay.
Epic_bubble screamed yo Nat, I'm really excited for you and I'ma let you finish. But Morsold is the best Pokemons of all time.
Yes!
All time.
Yes! The Tandemouse, Mousehold. Oh my god. I could not stop laughing when we first saw it. Because I think we encountered it in a den first. You know those like raid things? I don't know what they're called. Ray and I encountered one there. And it was the fucking funniest shit. And then he went and searched up the evolve. Because he was like, I wonder if this thing evolves. So he searched it up. And it can be like 1 baby or 2 babies. I love it. Sorry, Minion. This Pokemon is ridiculous. This Pokemon is super ridiculous. When it evolves, they just literally have babies. So I haven't seen one yet, but yeah. When the mommy mouse and the daddy mouse love each other very much, they make a baby. He's your second strongest? Really? I didn't even like consider using them. But when I find a Mousehold, I'll definitely show you guys. But yeah. Some other really cute ones would be like Fido, the puppy Pokemon. The puppy doe Pokemon. And then when it evolves, it literally just... It's a baked Fido, basically. It's a Dushant. But a Dush bun. And then... what else? I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I really liked. My starter has grown on me. I wasn't sure about it at first, but it grew on me. Quite like it. You need it. He gets a move called Tidy Up, gets rid of Stealth Rocks, and moves like... Oh! A boosts attack? Okay. When friggin' Pokemon be having healthy relationships, and I'm so single. Hey, Liliana Fox! Thank you for the hearts and the bubbles. Thank you. Yeah, so... I think, yeah, there's... Oh, this also. The whole Pawmi line, this entire line is cute as hell. This entire line has my heart, my soul. This is my true starter. Nah, I'm joking. You love Lamp. You love Bubbles. Better than whatever the frick that duck thing is doing. Yeah. Look, I fought one the other day and I was stunned. I couldn't believe it. It's a dancing peacock. Digimon Abomination. You like trains. Don't say that. Don't say that too loud. They'll hear you. You like the tumbleweed? I was a little bit confused when I saw it at first because I thought it was an actual tumbleweed, so I ran into it to see if I could break it. And then I got into a battle and I was like, wait, what? Nani? Oh, Smoliv! Smoliv! I love Smoliv also. Sorry, I had to sneeze. I love Smoliv! The little face! It can evolve. Oh, I have actually seen the evolve for the tumbleweed. I haven't evolved mine yet. Smoliv is just adorable. I actually can't deal with its face. What else was new that I liked? As you can see, I haven't... Oh, I really like this little guy. Chocodates, he's really cute. And I have his one evolve. I need to get the other one from my boyfriend. Because he's got Scarlet. So he'll get the other one for me. Oh, and there's also the dolphin! Did I pass the dolphin already? Because the dolphin's also really fucking cute. Where is he? Oh, Tinkertink's also very, very cute. Ah, shit! Tinkertink's very, very cute. Oh, the mouse hold? I'm a small of Mao. Why? Because I'm small and green. Sylveon is your fave evolution? Same, Liliana. Same. There's 4 different types. I know that there's a fire type and a water type. There's other ones, Minion. This line is just silly. Just very silly. Here's the dolphin though. So fucking cute. You like Leafeon? Leafeon's also very cute. Oh, well, to be fair, you can't see it now because... But on my facecam streams, you can see I have tons of plushies behind me. It's all the evolution plushies. Because I love them so much. I don't know if there was anything else new that I liked. Oh, this guy. Because this guy's just silly as hell. The little sushis. Word that keeps popping up in my subtitle creation is analyze. Oh no. Oh no, Sushi. I'm not going to ask how you're reading that. So I haven't caught the whale thing, but I saw it in the background earlier and I was like, what is that? But yeah. How you doing, Daniel? I have a lot to finish. I have only caught 165, so I'm missing a lot. All right, let's see. So I'll mostly catch stuff off stream because it gives me something. It lets me play Pokemon when I'm just chillin'. Whoops! That was a mistake. It's the tissue box Pokemon. Not too bad, Daniel. The tag battle? The little one commands the big one? Oh! Okay, maybe not too many tips, too many spoilers, Minion. I appreciate it. I want to find some things for myself though. I wanna experience all the things. So wait, do I get to catch that other Titan? Or nah? Nah, son. Oh, Jesus! Pokemon jump scares. No worries, no worries. Since it's your first day here, it's all good. Just not them as Titans. Ah. So is Spinny Boy here somewhere? Because I know for all the other Titans, they were kind of just outside the cave where you fought them. Oh, there he is! Okay, that makes sense then. Look at this goofy ass motherfucker. No! 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 Ah! Ah! Aggressive as hell. Relax, buddy. I just want to look at your friend over here. Oh, I can't get closer to it? Pokemon Master? Am I gonna be a Pokemon Master? What? What's up with that? The face. This thing's face is so goofy. I don't wanna kill it. Oh, okay, that's gonna do nothing. Never mind.
Would you like a cup of water? You look thirsty as fuck right now.
Do I? Okay. Okay. Let's go with the Tonky Girl. Need a command whenever someone questions your skills? You think so? I don't want to risk killing this thing though. Maybe I can just throw a ball. You gotta bounce, no worries, Sushi. Have a lovely, lovely day. Take care of yourself. Be good. Uh-oh. Ow. Maybe I just do a play rough. Ah, rude. Not very effective. Did it do anything? You. This guy is spicy. Yeah, play rough doesn't do much. Don't challenge death to a pillow fight unless you're prepared for the repercussions. We'll swap out Azzy for now. I want to see if I can use a Bernie Burns. Oh my god, he looks so cool. Oh! Ow. This is the weaker one. Ah! What the? Cool, never fucking mind then, I guess. No, man, because all of his things do crits. Or they're big damage. You got a timer ball? I probably do. Let's swap in the chunky lad. Why is there a Don fan watching now? I don't think I've used the timer ball before. Oh, maybe I'll try the timer ball actually. Oh, he said no. Rude. Rude. Oh. This guy's actually whipping my ass. He is a very high level though, so I guess that's my fault. Do I just try the timer ball again? I only had one more. It's okay. Hey, I got him! Nice. Double edge. A man walks into an enchanted forest and tries to cut down a talking tree. You can't cut me down, the tree exclaims. I'm a talking tree. The man responds, you may be a talking tree, but you will dialogue. Oh no! That's rough, man. Whoa! Reckless life-risking tackle in which the user rushes the target. No! I think I'm not gonna take that. What does Azzy want to do? Oh, you want to forget Slam? No, thank you, boo-boo. Sorry, but no thank you. Nice! I did the thing, guys. I'm gonna get attacked by a Don fan now, because it's just been staring at me this whole time. No, into the box you go. Goodbye. That's where all Pokemon go. Into the box. Hey, bro, give me peace. Did not even give me a second. Run, girlie, run. You gotta get out of here. You gotta skedoodle, skedoodle. My Pokemans took a bit of a beating. It was down here, right? Very cool. Right. I haven't. I watched someone, I don't know who was playing. It was some YouTube video. Someone. Why is my phone on loud? That gave me a fright. I saw someone, they were trying to battle some other Pokemon and it ended up being a shiny. What's the evolved form of Zoroark? It was the evolved form of that. It was shiny. And I was like, what the fuck? Because their Pokemon refused to attack it. Why am I like this? Let's see. Whoa! It's fine, we're just gonna... Oh, he picked up the soda. Ah! Nice, nice. He's a very Newmie boy. How you doing, yo doodles? I don't think I have this one yet. Do you know the phrase, one man's trash is another man's treasure? Wonderful saying, horrible way to find out you were adopted. Oh my god.
Daddy underscore screamed Wormhole.
My brain! Here? Minion, you were just talking about a Ditto. What the heck, man? That's weird. Oh my brain is... What? I can't process what just happened. I got Charcadet soot from that thing? Oh my goodness. My brain. I'm doing good, Yoda. How, your interview's tomorrow, right? So... Where am I? Oh, this is where we fought the water gym guy. To the fuck cave? Bubble. I haven't looked into breeding yet. There's a Fluffy I can catch and a Girafarig. Ah! I want to sneak up on one though. Sir, please. No, thank you. No, thank you. Also. Oh, Yoda. Guess what? Are you making bread? Are you making bread, Yaku? Level 28? Hi. My ex was mad that I have no sense of direction, so I packed up my stuff and write. Do you have like a... I was gonna ask, do you have like a book of dad jokes? Or, Panaguk! Are you making some for the class? Also, what do you have on your pancakes, Yaku? I'm quite a fan of keeping it simple. I really like just cinnamon and sugar. That's where it's at, yo. I'm too far? Yeah, probably. I could probably make pancakes myself if I really wanted one. When someone becomes a dad, the universe imparts the knowledge of dad jokes into them. So I can't make dad jokes. Damn it. Wait, did I not buy? Oh, I was like, didn't I buy great Ultra Balls? But the game crashed after I bought them. Sometimes Nutella. Oh, I don't think I've ever. I want a waffle maker. Into the box you go. Bye bye, Fluffy. Sweet. Okay, I need to go buy bowls. And there's another Staravia for me. Waffles! You only know 25 letters of the alphabet, you don't know why. Yeah, I don't know. Pancakes are nice, but waffles are really nice, like with ice cream. You have 3 waffle makers. Do you ever use them, Yaku? That's not what I wanted. I wanted to buy some shit. Oh! Lol. No! No. Oh my god. Don't press the wrong buttons, you goober. Milk tart pancakes. What is a milk tart pancake? Are you guys team waffle or team pancake? Wait, I want to set up a poll for that. Why did we have a poll called Who is Mommy? What was that about? Okay. There's a poll up, guys. Are you team pancake or team waffle? You made the mommy poll? Oh, what was it for? It's a pancake with a milk tart filling? Ooh, that sounds very rich. Does anyone know how to apologize to an ex that threw a wet spaghetti noodle at you because you got confused by a twin sister and woke up next to her dad asking for a friend? Ah! Are you the friend? More of an ego person? I don't think we have egos in South Africa. Ningwang, Lisa, Beto. Ah. So Ray was kind of scarred a while ago. An ego is kind of, I want to say it's kind of like a waffle. It was in Stranger Things. 11 likes them. You don't have a waffle iron, you're fucked. Yeah, exactly. That's why I don't make waffles, Bubble. If I had a waffle iron, I'd make waffles. But pancakes, you just hoy them in the pan and go. But yeah, I don't think we have egos in South Africa. I've never seen them. And I've lived all over the country, so I haven't seen them by now. I kind of want to doubt their existence here. Hi, birdie! I don't know if I've caught one of these. I think I might have. Staravia. Oh, I have caught one. Okay, bye. Sorry to bother you. You should sponsor sponsor a waffle maker. I think I need to get his evolve actually. I've seen one. I saw someone. I saw one somewhere. But let's go back into the desert for now, because there was actually tons of Pokemon there that I haven't caught. Or should I go on to the next thing? Wah! Every time I see those Tauros, they make me panic, because they're so aggressive. Oh! So aggressive. You go to Milky Lane for waffles? Eggos can be microwaved? Are they... Ooh! Oh yeah, so there's like special Tauros that you can get. But you have to... Oh, Jesus. You have to eat... So I only know about the water one and the fire one. You have to eat like the sandwiches that give you the boost for those types. Ray and I were looking at some things. I think I get the water one and he gets the fire one. Yeah. Is that what I said? I don't know now. This is a good place to come look for Tauros, I guess. Because they're fucking everywhere. They're so aggressive. I love them, but Jesus, I'm scared of them at the same time. So aggressive. I haven't been to a Milky Lane in years, though. Okay. Oh yeah, I haven't done the picnic thing. My brain was not working there. How about here? Whee! Look at all my childrens! They're such good babies. Hi, babies! I keep forgetting about this, this Pokemon mode. Hi, buddy. Oh. No. I wanted to wash the birdie. Because he's wearing shiny armor. So we have to make him clean. It's gotta be a shiny, sparkly birdie. There we go. Now you got shiny armor and shiny feet. What a good boy. Ow! I threw a boomerang a few years ago, now I still live in fear. Sweet or savory? I don't know if I've ever had savory waffles. I think I've only ever had sweet ones. Be aggressive! Be aggressive! Look at this little round boy. He reminds me of a chocolate eclair. Gotta wash the feetsies also. Yee! He got soap in his mouth. Sorry, buddy. I don't know how that happened. Shiny baby. It's a good way to look for shinies. Because the Pokemon reset. Oh, that's good to know. Oh, they're all sleeping! Oh, because it's night time. Oh, how cute they are. Everybody's go doo-doos. Your Pokemon are better? That's rude. My babies are the best. Can I give you a bath, Azzy? Sorry to wake you up. And clean the ears as well.
The Minion's Revenge screamed today. I asked my phone Siri, why am I still single? And it activated the front camera.
Wow! Wow, Siri! Oh my god, the audacity! The audacity! This is so cute. Are we gonna go for waffles at Rage? Who all is gonna be at Rage? Who am I seeing? Can I wash a fire Pokemon? This seems like a bad idea. Now you also got shiny armor, buddy. I won't be seeing you at Rage. Wait, what? Nani? Are you still gonna do Prince? Yes, I am. Go ahead and give Chimanda a bath. No! Oh wait, I already gave you a bath. Huh? You're already squeaky clean, sir. Oh, cute Burby. Let's see. Who hasn't had a bath? What the? What the? Okay. I'm washing the table. This is cool. Washing the table. Oh no, the ads are attacking. I'm sorry. And this thing? Oh, it's like curled up. I thought it was like laying like spread out. Oh, so cute. You want Prince? Oh, Yaku, maybe like at future events if you ever come up for a con. Can't wash the head. Look at his little fancy feet. There we go. Now everyone's clean. Does anyone want to play with the ball? Ooh! Miraidon, I haven't given you a bath. You come here. Just washing my motorcycle, you know. When I was younger and I had a motorcycle, I would wash it on the weekend. And then the Fire Nation attacked. And by Fire Nation, I mean bad driver. Yoda, do you know how many times I've said that? Welcome back, minion. I think everyone's had a bath at this point now. Clodsire is just doo-doos, just hardcore doo-doos over here. Fast asleep. Yeah, I've said on several occasions that that Catnip looks like he belongs in Persona 5. Huh? There's nothing in the basket? How do I make stuff though? Can't I just... Oh, there we go. I will try and make a sandwich. How do you get more recipes? Do you just have to discover stuff, or... There's creative mode? Oh, from NPCs? This new Digimon... This new Digimon game is looking amazing. Ah... Okay, well, I'm not gonna mess around, because I don't know... I'm not gonna... But what is this basket then? Can you store things in the basket? You make like loads of things. Hello, babies. Oh, Clodsire just wants to sleep. Everyone else is playing. We don't talk about that sandwich? Wait, what happened? What was that sandwich? Oh my god, what sandwich did you make? I need to know. Find... Oh, eggs? When they do the oinka boinks? Can you only... do your Pokemon only make eggs while they're like in this camp area? Or like this picnic? There's no like Pokemon... What is it called? Daycare? There's no daycare anymore? Oh, that's very interesting. Okay. Please, Nabil, talk about that sandwich. I need to know. I need to know what that sandwich was. Oh, look at Clodsire. Everyone's being very patient with him because he's a slow boy. We were making a sandwich. I chose savory ingredients and Nobles chose sweet ingredients. We created an abomination. Oh no, you can make a sandwich with someone? That's like prime opportunity for trolling people. This is so cute. All I know is that I went with fruit stuff. Apple, strawberry, banana, and jam. Nabil, is that a sandwich that you would realistically eat yourself? Look at my sleepy bro. I love him. I've had him since he was an itty bitty little chocolate. Now he's all grown up and he's taller than me. Naturally. Ketchup and mayo? Oh my god. Does anyone know when a joke becomes a dad joke? When a dad tells it? Nabil, have you guys actually seen? So in Japan they have these sandwiches. Let me just see. I'll find a picture for you guys. Where's my browser? Mustard? Oh my god. Potato salad, mayo, mustard, pickles, ham, eggs. Yoda, can you please eat that as a sandwich and tell me if that sounds like a realistic sandwich? Also, what was the poll? What was the result for the poll? What, oh, we team waffle? I think I'm team waffle too, guys. Sorry. Sorry to break it to you, I think I'm team waffle. Japanese... cream sandwich. And... oh my god. Disgusting. Disgusting! Oh, I feel sick when it leaves and never comes back. Oh my god, minion. Relatable as fuck though, to be fair. Relatable as fuck. I want to show you guys these sandwiches because they're actually super fucking tasty. Or at least they look tasty. I have no idea what they actually taste like, but just how they look. Oh my god. You know you're not liked when you get handed the camera every time they take a group photo. Oh no. Oh! Okay, that one's not relatable at least, but yeah, so this is a thing that they do in Japan. It's a fruit sandwich. I typed cream sandwich, but same, you know. They look amazing. It's quite popular in Japan, Nabil. It's like a thing that you'll just have at cafes. I think they can be pretty expensive though. Like, look at how pretty they make them. They make it little flowers and shit. You're tempted to try? Yeah, right? I think it's something you try at least once. You give it a try and you see if you like it. If you don't, then, you know, sucks to be you, I guess. But they just look really, really cute. I love the... I love the hard work that goes into it. Like, it's crazy. You seen dessert sushi? Oh yeah, actually, I had dessert sushi once. Do you know to make a salad into a Caesar salad, you just need to stab it 23 times? Was he stabbed 23 times? It was strawberry, kiwi, Sushi. I don't know if I'll be able to find a picture of exactly what I had, but basically, I don't see it yet. Maybe let me take the tofu out. Because it was at some restaurant here in South Africa. It had that, they call it like bean curd, so it was like wrapped around the outside. Kind of like how this red bit on the outside. But it was bean curd, so like the tofu, the really thin tofu. And then inside, it had kiwi and strawberries. It was so good. Is that the one you had, Yoda? With the kiwi and the strawberry? So, so good. So tasty. Oh man, kind of like... I think this has got egg on the outside. I'm not too sure. But yes, strawberry and kiwi together. Fire room? Wait, what's a fire room? Eh. Yeah, kiwi and strawberry is a really good combo. Super, super tasty. But yes, anyway, so yeah, these sandwiches. These sandwiches is cute as hell, man. I've seen people make all kinds of like designs inside. Looks nice. Oh, Fire Room is a sushi restaurant? No, I didn't go to Fire Room. It was Yume, but it was like years and years ago. I went to the one in... What's that area that Jolly's is in? In that area, there was a Yume. I don't know if it's still there. And then there was also one at... what's that casino called? In Four Ways? Fuck, why can't I remember anything? My brain is not working, but you guys know what I mean, right? Monty, yes, Monty. They had a Yume in Monty. Greenside, I think, yeah, Greens, probably. If it's basically where Jolly's was. Wait, is Fire Room in Monty? My Pokemon just playing in the background there. I don't know what they're doing, but this one looks a little sad. There's not enough cream in that one, buddy. That one as well. It's gotta be thick. I think the other person's cream maybe wasn't thick enough. I would like to try this someday. They look stunning. You can buy them from Kombini like this. But yeah. Might want to check the basket. Why? Do you think someone was boinking? Did you hear a boinking noise? Oh. Close that. Oh! 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 Someone was boinking. Oops. Actually wanna... We gotta go, guys. So, what? Does it go into my box? Can I see who made this? It appears to move occasionally. Let's move Corviknight out for now. We'll hatch whatever's in there. God alone knows what's gonna come out of there. Who's dead? Whoa! Yeah, spicy elephant, what do you want? You can't touch me in here, can you? You can't do anything. You're not allowed up here. They did the dirty at the picnic. Yeah. Nasty asses. playing chicken with a Don fan. Woo! Meanwhile, giraffe egg. Fuck around and find out. With breeding, do you have to have Pokemon of the same type? So it's not type, it's so you get something called egg types, Nabil. So I'm not very familiar with egg types. But I know if you have something like a Ditto, the Ditto can make a baby with anything. Yeah, so what Minion just said. Egg groups, not egg types. Anyway, I'm not very familiar with breeding. Ray always helped me set it up in the past, so I didn't have to think too much. Alright, so... let's see. So, where are we going next? Okay, so this thing's telling me to go to the psychic gym next. But what I'm thinking is I want to go back. Oh, Donphan, relax, buddy. I want to go here because there was a lot of Pokemon in the desert that I didn't have. So I'm going to catch a couple things. A Spearow can make a baby with a Farfetch'd even though they are not the same type. Yeah, because they're both the egg group. Same, you know? And Ditto can make babies with anyone, right? Okay, I needed a Larvesta. Whoops, foray. Yeah, let's go catch that bad boy. I don't think I caught him one yet. Where did he go? I turned around and he despawned. He was like, bye, bitch! Here you are, little wormy. I'll never understand why Nidoking and Nidoqueen can't breed. Wait, really? No ways. Skitty and Wailord can. Oh, no! What is the rage room? What do you got? What? Heck? I don't know what that is. Hey! I'm gonna bring Chubby out. A room where you go and destroy stuff? But why? You've returned. Ooh, what was for dinner, Puggy? A little bit spicy. Puggy, we were talking about Piplup earlier. How it's the best Pokemon. Oh yeah, you did say you were having McDonald's. My bad. But what did you have from McDonald's? I just want to check something. Because I have a box for A, but I have a feeling I've been filling it with shit. Okay, so... Okay, that box is full. That box is full. That box is almost full. Okay, this one is for A. This one belongs in this box. Yes. With the rest of the named Pokemon. My boxes are a mess. Don't at me. Okay. There's Titan. Truly, my boxes are a mess. Oops. Uh-oh. Lols. I only have one box left. And then Corviknight, because he's my boy. I don't know where I can put him. I guess I'll put him with the raised things. I'll just have to remember. I would waste money if I go to a rage room. Yoda's too relaxed. A burger and some chicky. Melon soda and a choco pie. Can do one for 5 people? What the hell? Why is it so expensive? What? I don't know 5 people. If you see me mad or angry in chat, it's just me being dramatic. Okay, well that's good to remember. Wait, I forgot what I was doing. I was clearing my boxes, right? Yeah, so we'll put new ones in there. Okay, cool. Let's see, what else do I not have here? I need a Sandile. I have a Bramblin. What is that? Oh, that's the earthworm. There's just teeny tiny chili pepper everywhere. Cacnea. I'm pretty sure I got one earlier. Oh! That was fast. Hello? My first egg! Itty bitty baby! Azuriel! So as he boinked someone. That was so funny. Very opposite to Tato. Yeah, that's why we work well together. I'm the firecracker. Get it? Because I'm a cracker. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. There's a big plot twist. Yeah, Meowscarada is in Persona 5. Spoiler alert. Have I been here? I don't know. I think I have all these babies though. Phalanx. I need it. Oh, there's a gimme ghoul as well. Spikes. I want one. I wish I had some of your crackhead energy. I don't know where it comes from. Bonk! So this is one of Tinkatink's evolves? Tinkatuff? Oh my god, that's so cute. I don't want to kill it though. Never mind. We killed it. Let's not do that again. How the Girly, please. So aggressive. Ah! Hehehe. Oh yeah, I'm fighting a pillar. Okay, this time we're not going to. Proceeds to kill it. Listen, I'm not very good at gauging my power. What do you mean you wish you were entertaining? Amau. I spent several hours with you guys on the weekend. It was constant laughs and silly shits. They hunt Corviknights? Do they really? Oh my goodness. So out of all the Pokemon, the only one in the same group? The Clodsire? So my Squishy and my Azzy made a baby? Oh my goodness. Moose and Jinx have more crackhead energy. Oh, definitely. Ugh. Ow. Get in the ball and stay there. Clodsire can also mate with Meowscarade. Come on, man. Just stay in the bowl. I don't want to hit you again. I will, I'm not gonna do breeding for now, I think. Oh, Jesus. Why is that thing in my face? Nope. Sticking him in the box. Goodbye. Think it tough. You should have chosen the cats. Oh no! Did someone give you a cat yet, Yoda? I wonder... I can check, I think. In the box? Oops, I moved the thing again. To the wrong page. How would you know? You got a cat and a duck? Okay, perfect, perfect. Oh, wait, you started with Fur Coco as well? Lonely by nature. It's mischievous. So yeah, it's got Tail Whip, Water Gun, and Splash. And it's got huge power. No egg move. Okay. That's fine. It was kind of an accidental baby anyway. Do I catch another one of these guys? Oh, do I have to click on it? So wait, can I kill it to beat it? Because I've already caught one, so I don't need another one, but... Perfect. Sadly, he evolved. Oh! And then he became very less cute. Whoa. Hehe, got him. I have about, I think, 200 coins now. I think. I know I have a fair amount. I had it like 180-ish the last time I looked. Oh, there we go. Got 260. So yeah, gonna take me a while, I guess. Ooh. He's worth it? I don't know. I saw the picture. He looks kind of weird when he evolves. But I wanna try and make a living dex. Oops. Sorry, buddy. That was a mistake. Minion. Not too many spoilers. Don't tell me too much. Ooh. 1 out of 50. Yay! Minion? Oh no no no. There's mods that are waiting here. You were punished with ads? Yeah, that's a sign. That's a sign, Minion. Okay, I think everything down this side is stuff that I caught earlier. Or caught before, rather. Whoops! Moonstone! Ooh. Rufflets are so aggressive, man. Genshin Shop is reset today. I saw Kitty made a post on Twitter about it. She seemed very excited about the shop reset. All I want from the shop reset is my 5 wishes to put into the Arataki Ito pool. That's it. That's what I want from the shop. Firefang. Oh. We got a Larvesta. Yeah. You got yours for Scaraboobs. Oval Stone. Oh, okay. I'm not seeing the other Pokemon because it's daytime now. Kind of curious about this. Oh, okay. Interesting. I don't think I... Yeah, let me grab it. Why not? Is the challenge alone? Oh wait, no! I didn't change my Pokemon! I'm so used to doing this with Ray. They give you like a chance to change before you go in. This is fine. This is okay. I do have a fairy type. My Azzy has a fairy attack. Yeah, I'm so used to doing it like co-op. I've never done it single player before. So I didn't think it would send you straight in. But it's okay. This thing looks so silly with that hat on. That's so funny. Ah yes, not very effective. It was only 1 star anyway. I wasn't too worried. But now I know for next time. Speaking of Azzy, I saw some fan art of you, Azzy. Yes, Milani and Leila and Vitrix and Gamma. I will catch it. Is saying glitches spoiling? not spoiling as such, but do you mean like hacking, like bad things? Blink. There we go. Stick that boy on the box. Yay! Into that box you go. I feel bad. All my Pokemon just going straight into the box. What is... Oh, it evolves into like Masquerain or something. Don't know the name exactly. Something like that. Yeah. Imagine can't click A. What are those? The pommies? There's pommies in a pomo? Why does the pomo look smaller than the pommy? What the fuck? You'll keep quiet? Okay. No worries, no worries. I don't want, Oh, it's a little rufflet. I don't want, like, any spicy behavior kind of things. Don't want people to get into trouble, you know? I need to stop nooming, because I can't pick things up when I noom. Oh, just a sec. Pommy best starter. Easy. The emo, wait, why is he emo Pikachu? I think he's a happy little... What the fuck did I just walk into? What is that? Is that a Flabibi? It is! They come in blue as well? Oh, that's adorable. I love that. A Flabibi. A blue Flabibi. Blee 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 blee. Oh, so pretty. Huh. I was supposed to be in the desert. How did I get here? All the skiddos behind me. Isabel, the student. Sinisty! Let's go, let's go. Nice. Oh, just one? Okay. To teach my son about democracy, I let him vote on dinner. He picked tacos and I made pizza because we don't live in a swing state. Oh, man. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what a swing state is, but I'm guessing that that his votes didn't really mean anything. What's up here? These little burbies. Ooh. Chili pepper. Whee! I love that glide so much. It's pretty, but it's also just fun to do. Get to look at the Pokemon below. Is that a gimme? It is! Get in my pocket! Is that a sandstorm? Am I gonna be able to see the sand isles now? Got him! Get in the bowl. Do-do-do-do. Paper could reasonably be won by either. Oh. Ah, I see, I see. Thank you for explaining. I'm not very clued in with politics in general. And even more so, politics in other countries. When you give it a fright, it like poops itself and pops out of the water. Or out of the sand, rather. So this one's the brown... This guy's got the brown nose. Or this girl. This girlie's got a brown nose. That means we need to get the one with the... like, the yellowy nose. Oh! Crunch! They swing both ways. Yoda. Lost your job as a web designer, made a website for an orphanage. Forgot the homepage. What just happened? Did it dig? Well, I'm just gonna use a potion because I don't want to. Oh! That hit hard. Yeah, I don't want to attack this thing again. Stay in the bowl, girly. No. 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 I love that they have different colors for those things. I like the Pokemons with the different variations, different versions, different colors. There's a new birdie Pokemon in this, the Squawker Belly. They have 4 different colors. Oh, there's a yellow nose. Whoops! No! I killed it! I pressed the wrong button! No, I'm just gonna find one again! Why do I keep doing this? I pressed the wrong button, Yoda! What is that? Oh, that's a sandile. There's another one. Sorry and apologize mean the same thing, except at a funeral. Oh no! Oh, there's more hippo. We're good, we're good. Okay. Wherever nut goes, death follows. What the? What is this slander? All his friends coming to watch. He looks so stressed out. How about you just go in the ball and stay there? You've done it too. You found a Shelga and you killed it. Oh, time for you to go. Oh, Minion, thank you so much for chilling with us today. It's very nice to see all your dad jokes as well. Very much appreciated. You take care of yourself. Have a lovely day as well. I want to say you're in America, so it's probably morning. So yeah, have a lovely day. Take care. You also go in the box. In the box. Goodbye. Now we gotta find the big hippos. The hungry, hungry hippos. What was that? Oh, just a little rufflet. I swear there's like a never-ending stream of TMs and there's so much stuff just laying everywhere. I have not needed to buy anything except Pokeballs. Whoops! If you shorten pants, yes. If you shorten pants, do you get a pan? What? Come fetch your kid! They're telling bad jokes in the desert. Uh-oh. This is not a good matchup. Bet we're all good. Now I've got short pants but a long face. Oh my goodness, so dramatic. Actually so dramatic. Is this a cave? It is. Let's see what's in the cave. I can't go in here? Ooh, funny joke! Yoda, that gave me such a fright. Oh my god. Look at this goofy ass little worm. Actually cannot take that thing seriously. A moonstone? Those brambles really have a way of just like floating straight in front of you. Man, I know I definitely saw a hippo down in this desert. I just don't know where it was. Because there's lots of little itty bitties here. Baton Pass. Do I have the Siliconda? I don't remember. Oh, sorry, Sandaconda. Did you find the Titan Pokemon? The Donphan one? I did. I already have this Pokemon. So I'm gonna let you live your best life. And I'm gonna go this way. Yeah, so I think that might have been the last thing that I did, Yoda. Yeah, so the next thing I gotta go do is go here for this battle. I don't have a lot left to do, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? I only got 5 things left. I need to do that one. Done this one. So there's number 1. Oh no, it's going backwards. Number 2. Number 3. I kind of did the wrong order there. And then I got right on track. So number 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and then we'll be off to her. The Charizard event? Charizard event? What? What Charizard event? In Pokemon Go? Whoa! He just looks cool. Would I use him? No. Very likely not. There will be a Dragon Terraform Charizard in 7-star raids. Wait, in Pokemon Go? They got Terra stuff in Pokemon Go already? What? For realsies? Oh, a Fire Skiddo. I'm good, thanks. Oh, in this game? I need to tell Ray about that. Okay, did I catch a Girafarig? I think I did. And I have Staravia. I got the Fluffy. Got the Piggy. Got the Dealing. Oh! Oh? Ghost! Perfect. Minecraft ass looking ass Pokemon. Yeah, I think my Azzy's the only one, like, leveled, with a fairy type attack. She's only got one though. There we go. Compresses this rock salt inside its body and shoots out hardened salt pellets with enough force to perforate an iron sheet. Goddamn. So NaCl is sodium what? Sodium chloride? Chlorine? I was very bad at chemistry in school, but I know NaCl is salt. So its name is Salt Stack, which makes sense because it's the rock salt Pokemon. Oh wait, there was this cave as well. This cave's got some shit in it. There's a Noibat. I don't have a Noibat yet. What's cracking, old man? And there's a Kibibee in the background! Sodium chloride. Yay! I remembered some things from school. Fluffy. Why not just call it League of Legends? Fair. That's one thing to name your salt Pokemon. Where was that Gibby? Can't see him now, but I know he's there. How long would he stand there clapping for? He's still going. Okay, cool. Very supportive guy. Where's that Gibby? I know I saw one. There's a Sableye. Noibats. I think I have a shiny Sableye in Pokemon Go. Heh. Heh heh heh. Just stay in the bowl. Be a good Sableye. God damn it. I don't want to hit it because I feel like I'm gonna kill it. I need a catching buddy. I need a Pokemon that can just like put things to sleep or... What's that other one? False Swipe? I need False Swipe. Ooh, I almost attacked. I'm so glad they added it to Spotify. Because it wasn't on Spotify before. Thank you, Yoda. Ooh, that was close. I'm just gonna use the last Great Ball, because whatever. Oh yeah? Oh, that was close. That was very close. The Sableye hasn't landed a single attack, right?
Hi, Nympho! Hello, hello. How are you?
This guy... Okay, now he hit me. The heck? Rude. Why is it so zoomed out? Why is it so zoomed out? What the fuck? You were lurking? That's fine. How are you doing, Nymphu? Are you okay? Or just enjoying yourself a midday nap? I'm very bad at napping, so I don't normally. Noi, bats. What's... Ooh, there's a gumshoes there that I want. Hi, buddy. Hee. Why is the camera angle so fucking weird? The heck? Immediately throw ball. You're at a hotel in Germany? Oh my god. Are you like on holiday at the moment? You're just doing your own thing? That's really cool. You woke up early for the breakfast, but you're tired. Okay, well, fair. You gotta... When you have something like that, you gotta eat a lot, go into a food coma, and then just take a nap. Got him! Alright. We wanted the Noi bat. But there's loads of those, so we'll take our time. That is a sable eye. Looking for apartments? Oh shit! Gonna go see your girlfriend soon. Ooh, very nice. Make sure you're not feeling too sleepy. Oh yeah, there's 2 different meta types as well, right? The male and female. If I remember correctly. The purple knight, right? He does look very cool. I kind of like the red one though. The purple one, I like the typing for the purple one, but the looks of the other one are really cool. Metatite sweat, ew. Is cool. Not as cool. I mean, fair. You're allowed to have your own wrong opinion. I'm joking. I joke. I make a joke. I make a funny joke. I think all the ones I've been seeing are boy ones. Like those look like the ones that I just caught. Ow! I love Noibats, they're so cute. Get in the ball, motherfucker! Boink! Oh! I'll take that. Easy catch. Easy game, easy life. Not the sable eye standing on top of me. Cool. Thanks, dude. Give me peace, sir. No! I always forget they have those gems on their back. Oh yeah, speaking of... I was talking about the shiny one I have in Pokemon Go. No, I'm gonna run. I don't need to fight this guy. What to get Violet on release, besides not yet after what people have been saying? I'm gonna be honest with you. If you just enjoy the Pokemon franchise and you just enjoy Pokemon games, it's very easy to ignore the issues people have been talking about. Like, I've had this game crash a couple times, And I'm just like, okay, whatever. I love Gibble. So small, angry boy. But yeah, like everyone that I've spoken to that's been playing it, they love it. I feel like it's the people who aren't playing it that are just complaining. So like, yeah. It's definitely the people who aren't playing are the ones that are complaining. Guys, speaking of Gibble, I just opened Pokemon Go now and there's a Gibble right next to me. So I'm gonna catch that quick. If y'all don't mind. I haven't played Pokemon Go since God was a child. Dragon Ground Pokemon. We love us. Oh, I caught this Gibble as well. 10 out of 10. I'm a pro at this game. There's Chespin and Trico. What the hell's going on? Anyway, I wanted to check shinies, yeah? Because I'm pretty sure I have a shiny. I got it from like one of the Halloween events. Oh, I have a shiny Celebi. Very cool. What generation was or maybe it's Ray that's got the shiny. I have a shiny Drifloon. What? I don't remember any of this shit. Oh, maybe it's not me that has... There's another Gibble down there. Oh, I think it's Ray. Ray's got the shiny Sableye. I was so jealous when he got it because I really liked it. Because it's like yellow, I think. Oh! It's not a cheap game. Yeah, it's not. It's more like the people who don't enjoy need to be vocal, usually for most things. Yes, it's the minority who are loud, definitely. There's a patch coming out today. Oh, nice, at least. I'm somewhat interested in competitive, but Game Freak always a bit meh. Is there like a big competitive scene? I'll be honest, I'm not all about that life. I mean, I have like 700 hours in Animal Crossing, and it's largely due to hoarding and collecting things, and that's why I play Pokemon. So I can catch them all, you know? There's a Gimmighoul. Oh no! Didn't quite make that. Let's try again. I don't know if going up here would help. Whoops, that was close. Or do I descend too much? No? Maybe? What? For that one elixir. Totally worth it, right? Okay, this one's descending too much. Whoops. Them spicy boys. Hey yo. We'll go slap that boy now. What's your favorite new Pokemon? Ooh! You wanna see? You wanna see Nympho? It's not spoilers for you? I keep pressing the wrong buttons. This is fine. My back. I had to sit up. I had to sit up right. I was like melting in my chair there. Okay, so this one, Poor Me, Poor Mo, Poor Mart. I love them. Mine's named Chubby. My boyfriend's one is named Tubby. We go Chubby and Tubby. It's so round. It's like, so it's this generation's Pikachu, yeah? However, it's got Charizard's coloring. Charizard is Game Freak's favorite child. It's now leaked into the Pikachus. This is a winning formula. This is a winning formula for Game Freak. Pikachu and Charizard combined. They crack the code, man. They crack the code. I really like it though. It's an electric fighting type. And it's in my team actually. The other one, so my boyfriend made me love this thing. It comes from the new Wooper, aka Pooper, because it's brown. And this one looks like a chocolate eclair. Yeah, it's a, what is it, ground poison? He's pretty cool. I like him, I like him. It took a little while for him to grow on me, but yeah, I do like him now. There's some cute ones like Tandemouse. I don't have the evolve form, but the evolve form's also really cute. And then there's Fido. It's a puppy Pokemon, but he's like raw dough, and then when he evolves, he becomes a baked boy. A baked pooch. Oh, Smoliv. I love Smoliv. He's small and he is olive. Very cute. 10 out of 10. Would eat this Pokemon. Sorry, Smoliv. I didn't ask you to be born so damn tasty looking. Mousehold, yes! Mousehold is very cute. Let's see. This one's kind of a dumb Pokemon. It's Rock Salt, yeah? And then it evolves and it stays Rock Salt, but this one looks like it belongs in Minecraft. So, you know, it's kind of a weird one. Flabébé! The entry changed to blue now, because I have 2 different colors. Got the orange one and the blue one. Hi, the Grim Reaper. Yeah, Rock Salt. Mischievous, Donphan. Yeah, some of the like returning ones, but like different form ones are really cool. So I really like Charcadet. He's been in my team since the beginning. My fire child. And then he evolved recently into Ceruledge. So Ceruledge? I don't know how you pronounce that. Oh, this is my favorite one. This is my favorite one, 100%. Grafii, best boy. I love him so much. You like how they did the Pokédex? Yeah, it is pretty cool. This is my favorite one. It's a toxic monkey Pokemon based on the II, the real animal, the II. Grafii, yeah. But yeah, so like graffiti. He do the graffiti. Each Grafii paints its own individual pattern and it will paint that same pattern over and over again through its life. I love this! I love it so much. It's my favorite. It's very cute. One of my nicknames when I was younger was Bush Baby. So, yeah. Is that the first normal poison? I'm gonna be honest with you, I have no idea. But so cute! Did you see someone is making a physical copy of this Pokédex? For realsies? That's kinda cool. Is it like on a bookshelf? Oh, this is one of my favorites as well, Nymphu. So, Taurus is just my favorite Pokemon from like the first gen. One of my favorite. I love Taurus. This is the Paldean form. I love it so much. Oh, so good, man. And it's fighting type. And you get also, there's water and fire types as well in the 2 different versions, Scarlet and Violet. So there's like special types. What else is there? Oh, this one's kind of dumb. I don't like this one. The wood ear Pokemon. It's a mushroom. They print, cut, and fold it into books. Damn. Oh, I like this one because it's funny because he's a little chili pepper baby. So he's the little plant, and then it turns into a chili pepper later. Yeah, Mimikyu. I haven't seen one yet, but I battled it. Like a trainer battle. Or gym bat? I think it was in the gym battle. Oh, this one's also really cool. The Metalsmith Pokemon, Tinkatank. Here's Tinkatuff, the Hammer Pokemon, and then there's a third form, which I haven't found yet. This is dumb. I can't. So, I don't know if you guys have, but we have like in a hot dog, there's like sausages. We have ones that are bright pink that look like this one. Wug Trio. So G-Max was like, it's 3 Viennas coming out of a rock, and now I can't unsee it. Have you collected your Pokédex rewards? I've collected some of them. Oh, I also like this one. There's a little dolphin, Finizen. So cute. I can't. I love it so much. Dolphins IRL are assholes, but these ones are cute as hell. Yeah, you brought that to my attention, Yoda, so... Thanks, I guess. Oh, this one's also pretty cute. Ghost Dog Pokemon. This one, I guess also Ghost Dog Pokemon, I don't know. Same, but different. But yeah, there's a lot of the previous gens mixed in. Oh, and this one, oh my god. Nymphu, this one is the cutest. Oh, it's adorable. I want to cry every time I see them. You're off to destroy your mental health. You're gonna play League. Enjoy it, Buggy. It's a very interesting. That's a very interesting way of saying that. Yeah, take a break maybe. Take a break if it gets too much. Have a glass of water nearby so you can cool down. Also to dilute the salt. They are Viennas? I mean, yeah, they are Viennas. With a... Nympho, no! I think it looks cute as hell. So there's this one as well, which is essentially just a sushi. Tatsugiri. It has 3 different forms. There's the curly form, and I'm like, yes, this is the shrimp. This one's the tuna, and I don't know which fish is yellow, like the flesh. But yes, I think they're very cute. They puff out that little thing underneath them, so they really do look like a sushi. I don't know what the thing in the background is, though. I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, and then there's this silly guy. It's like a mimic, kind of. Eggfish. It does look a little bit like he's holding something, but yeah, he like puffs it out. Whoops! He like puffs it out to make it look like a sushi. So yeah, there's a couple others that I didn't look at like this. Ugh, I don't know. Poor Doug Trio, they gave him long hair in Gen 7 and now he's a Vienna. You know, they couldn't get a break before anyway. They couldn't get a break before because people were always making fun of them anyway. Oh, this thing's level 50? Shit the bed. Okay. God damn. A Lowland Wug Trio. Oh no, hairy Vienna. Oh, take that back, Nymphu. Unsay what you said, please. Oops. I don't know why I didn't Shadow Claw it, to be honest. Make easy work of this boy. Disgusting! So gross, man. Mayhaps not. Do I have to go up through the top? Let's see. Oops. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting I can glide. Yeah, so even before Diglets and Dugtrios calm down, so even before they had forms, they were getting like teased relentlessly because of how silly they looked. Can I get up there? Let's go around this way and see. Yeah, because it's like, what's under the ground, you know? How do they move? What's under the ground? And people would draw like these super buff, half-naked guys. Mostly naked guys. I say half-naked, but that's a bit generous. Ooh, ah. They do a Diglett body reveal? Oh my god. Listen, I think I've had enough trauma in my lifetime, thanks. I don't think we need to see a body reveal. There's a hole at the top. Thanks, Gregosaurus! That is what I was trying to get up to, but I don't know. I can't seem to jump high enough to get up. Help! What do you need help with? Getting your ass kicked? Your hand throws Pokeballs? What? By itself? This little kid, you must be jesting. You must be joking. I can't fight that baby! Oh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what I'm about to do. I'm terrible. Evil, evil. Whoops. Not murdering babies. Whoa! Whoa! Relax. So I know there's a hole there, but how do I get to the top? Because I couldn't see a way up. And you can't go from here, right? There's this big wall that goes around the desert. What else we got in here? I think I have everything in here. Yoda, you know Greg? Greg is friendo. Hi, friendo. This guy's a little bit pushy. Chocolate! I got one of those. Oopsie! Spiritomb. Drop. Whoa! Noise. Uh-oh. It stole my pee-pee? How rude. You can't just steal pee-pees. That's hella rude. This guy's a bit strange. Thanks for your money. Oh, that was a big old boy. Fuck, I found something. Run, bitch, run! I wanna go get that big boy. Release me. Ah! Oh man, come on! There's some A-grade bullshit. Oh, shitty titties. The quick balls aren't working. You got slow balls, Yoda. Time to get new balls. You need a lullaby so you can sleep it. You need to sleep, Daddy. Take some pills, yo. Take some sleeping pills. Ah! So close, yet so far. A lullaby? I can't sing, Daddy. That's too far to throw the ball, right? Okay, let's see. Oh, I did it! I did it! No, no, no! I wanna... Okay. I don't know. I didn't change my Pokemon. It's okay. What do you got on you? Water? You can... Oh, you can't sing or you won't? Both. I will not and I cannot. Whoa! Oh! Jesus Christ on the cracker. Can? You can sing? I cannot! I am unable to sing. Singing is not a skill that I have. Oh god, it's level 65. I just saw that now. Holy shit. Okay. Let's not do this then. I just saw its level now. I'm gonna run. Cause yeah, that boy is way too big. Holy shit. Humes is angry boy. Good god. Okay. Let me just turn the autosave back on. Oh! Woof! What Pokemon stuck in the rock here? That was a Noibat. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else that I want in the cave. Oh, there's still this bad boy. Yeah. Oh! I did it! There's an update coming today. Oh, nice. What are these things? Because I've pulled out so many of them and they all just disappear and I'm like, well, fuck. Is that a good thing or a bad thing that I'm doing there? Bagon? More like be gone. What is this? Oh, did I run out? What the fuck? Is it like... Is it ground? I don't want to attack it though. Just stay in the bowl, homie. Or Pokemon. That's kind of cute though. The ballsack Pokemon. Oh man. So on the map, Greg did already say, but if you want to see. So there's the port. There's a Cascarafa, so it's like just outside of the desert, you turn right. And this thing over here, this is the cave. I assume these things are the holes in the ceiling that you can go through, but I don't know how you get to the top to fall down, so... But yeah, that's where he is. So I'm curious, people say that to get the recipes for like the sandwiches, you need to talk to NPCs. Do you like... Is it like specific NPCs? They only give you one recipe, you have to speak to like lots of different people? Because I can make that like a thing to do at some point, if that's the case. Nature! Oh, the NPCs in sandwich shops? Your mom, Greg. Dropping your mom lines over here. No, I'm joking. I guess I need to go back home. It's a Viper. I'll go back home. Your mom makes sandwiches. Like, yeah, she does. I'll go chat with her then. We'll have a... Yeah, there's the Viper and Zangoose. You haven't seen them? Actually... Where was home? Where am I? Home was here-ish. You haven't? No ways. Are you not doing the trainer battles then? Because I've seen a couple. Man, the last time I was here, I knew fuck all about the game. Now I know a little bit more than fuck all. Ah, shitty titties. You despise trainer battles? Why? They're so easy. Plus, they give you money and shit. Ocham? Wait, I wanted to go inside. What am I doing? Hey yo, mama! We got chili peppers hanging by the door. Interesting. They are annoying? Oh, they're not so bad. A lot of the time I just one-tap them. Tell the sun to be less hot. Oh my god, is that a Taurus on the box? That's cool. Yeah, that would be nice. I'm sitting here in a hoodie though, so... Honestly, I'm not one to talk. Also, my character's got the same Switch as me. Do they know? Do they know I have the Switch? Is that why it looks like that? Go yell at the sun for us, please. Hey, Muncha Muncha. Hey, Squavit. It codes the one you have. Oh, but that's cute as hell, though. I got so excited when I saw it. I was like, no ways. They gave her my Switch. Are you having fun at the academy? I hope you're still making sure to eat plenty of veggies. I actually thought up some great recipes for you. They're for sandwiches full to bursting with delicious and nutritious vegetables. Yay! Hell yeah. Also, how important are the classes at the school? Because I still haven't done any. That's still cute as hell. I like it. Okay, let's go attend some classes. Galar Meowth? Oh! Okay! I didn't know you could get Pokemons out of it. I guess that's something. Let's do that then. I just want to take my hoodie off because actually now that you guys mention it, I feel warm. I feel a little bit roasty toasty. Ow! My face. Tango, you dropping spoilers? Time him out. 2 minutes. 2 minutes timeout. Don't know how you had a hoodie. Listen, I have thick socks. I have like leggings, and I had a hoodie on, and I also have really long hair, which just traps in all the heat, you know. I also don't know how I had a hoodie on. Suddenly my skin is on fire. Do you want to see Noibats, but like as a PowerPoint presentation? That's some goofy ass shit. The further away you get, the worse it looks. Also, I didn't get full marks on one of my classes because they were like, oh yeah, you shouldn't have your Pokemon inside. Noibat's up there with 3 frames a second. These guys are busy talking to their Sableye. There's a bunch of Drifloon. Like, fuck you guys. Miss Ma'am over here with her Gengar. Hello? Mimikyu? Murkrow? Fuck y'all. Anyway, enough raging. Don't take your Pokemon inside. Can suck a fart out of my ass. Let's start with biology. That was my favorite. You spoiled things for me yesterday? Oh, Tango! You need to chill, homie. New kids aren't allowed Pokemon in school. Well, that's rude. I love that your classmates can range anywhere from like 5 years old to 65. Did you all try using the ZR button to let your Pokemon out as I taught you in our last class? Walking along with your Pokemon lets you see how unique I can't read, unique and cute they are. I'd also highly recommend picnics for when you want to spend some quality time together with your Pokemon in your party. Guys, I can't read. You can get them all around the table to make sandwiches and play. It's really a lot of fun. If you want to learn more about making food, Mr. Saguaro's class is the best place to go. Now, sometimes while you're enjoying a picnic with your Pokemon, you may find something very, very important in the basket next to your table. So he has to be very careful with his words here, because not only do we have 5-year-olds in the class. Is he gonna say anything else? That's all he says. He doesn't even explain the birds and the bees. This is the worst biology class I've ever been to.
A nuke.
A nuke? This is very important. This very important something is what Pokemon are born from. Boxes, Pokeballs, or eggs. I mean, boxes and balls, yes, but a different kind. So let's say eggs. Poor Tango, are we picking on him? It's not clear where these eggs come from. But they're probably placed in the basket rather stealthily by the Pokemon at the picnic. They're basically, what they've introduced here is that your Pokemon just be raw dogging while having a picnic. Never mind sex on the beach, just sex in the picnic blankets. Oh my god. Walking around with an egg will help warm it, which allows it to hatch. Eggs won't warm up by sitting in boxes though. You need to have them in your party. And here's one more super important thing I'd like to remind you, or I would like you to remember about eggs. Pokemon entrust us with their eggs because they believe in us. So I sure would be happy to see you all being responsible parents for your little Pokemon eggs. Taylor says, time Tango out and he gets nothing, but when Candy tells you to time me out, you do. Sex is not a thing in Pokemon, eggs just appear. Yeah, apparently. Whoops, my most important point came right as the bell rang. See you all next time, I guess. Wow, thanks, Guy. Oh, the 3 tells you which one you've... Oh, okay, I see. Because, I thought it was showing how many you had, so I was like, oh, I've got 2 for biology, let me do that, but no. Yes. Teach me sandwiches. How are peepos made? Ooh. That's a spicy topic. How are peepos made? I don't know if you're old enough to know how peepos are made. Put away your phones! It is time to begin class. In our last class, I believe we talked about the effects you can get from food on your picnics. You can receive meal powers and even restore HP for all the Pokemon in your party. It is truly a convenient means of healing your Pokemon. Why is my phone on loud again? What the heck? Unfortunately, as I'm sure you are aware, is not suited for use in battles when you cannot make food or when you wish to restore HP quickly. Yoda. In times such as those, you should make use of healing items such as potions, which you can purchase from Pokemarts or the school store, or you just pick up on the ground. Healing items are immediately effective and can be used any time that you can open your bag. They are, however, consumed after one use. Points restore 20, super versions restore 60, hyper versions restore 120. The pricier the item, the more HP it will restore. Keep in mind how much money you have when you are stocking up on these items. However, unforeseen happenings are an inextricable part of traveling from place to place. Imagine, if you will, the following scenario. You find yourself with injured Pokemon, but you have no potions. You are out of sandwich ingredients, and there are no Pokemon centers nearby. Tell me, Miss Morgan, what should you search for when in a perilous situation with no way to heal your Pokemon? Items on the ground? A place with water? Or a teacher? Oh, okay, that was right. We're good. The teacher does pick on me. The fan art you saw of this dude on Twitter? Oh, I don't know if I want to know, Yoda. If you see something shiny on the ground, it is actually an item that has been dropped there. You may be able to find a restorative item, such as an orange berry or a potion in this way. You can use the R button to send out your Pokemon to pick up such items as well. And then there are berries, of course. Berries, by the way, aren't like items from shops. If you let your Pokemon hold one, it will decide on its own when to eat the berry during battle. Ah, letting your Pokemon decide this timing for itself can be quite interesting. And the nurse? Oh my goodness. If you find yourself in need of healing, I suggest that you look around for shining items on the ground. I haven't. Bye, guy. I haven't seen any sussy art, to be fair. Or much art at all, actually, to be honest. I just want sandwich recipes. Give me a recipe, please. Sorry for yawning. I'm sleepy. This hot weather is making me sleepy. Put away your phones! It's time to begin class! HP restoration. I was asked by several of you about PP. Uh-oh. Maybe this is why they made art of him like that, because people were asking him about PP. When a Pokemon loses all of its HP, it faints and can no longer battle. What then happens to a Pokemon when it loses all of its PP? Uh-oh. It can't use moves. You want PP command? Perfectly correct. Perhaps you know this from first-hand experience. No, I don't. Fucking rude. My Pokemon don't run out of PP. They got big PP. Motherfucker. Gotta keep the PP up. Exactly. One of our Pokemon had its PP stolen today. Dark times. Each move has its own store of PP, so you can mitigate PP loss by using a variety of moves rather than just one move repeatedly. If a Pokemon loses all PP for all of its moves, it will only be able to use Struggle, an action that also damages the Pokemon that uses it. What? Hey? Was that always a thing? In order to avoid this predicament, PP can be restored at Pokemon centers along with HP. Yeah, PP theft. We had some PP theft going on earlier. My Pokemon straight up lost his PP. It was bad times. Struggle's been a thing forever. I've never used up all my PP. That's wild as fuck. I've never used up all my PP. I've never seen a Pokemon struggle before. That's kind of sad though. My PP too big. My PP is too extensive. Huh, that's interesting. I learned a thing. Are we in the Matrix? Those three kids who just turned the page at the same time there. They're doing it again! Glitch in the Matrix! Items such as ethers and max ethers could also be used to restore PP. Be careful not to confuse potions with ethers in the heat of battle. Oh! Poised, happy, skirt, TB taco. What is that? Eclectic PP? Bam, 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 bam. Know this from first-hand experience? No, I don't. Fucking rude. My Pokemon don't run out of pee-pee. They got big pee-pee. Motherfucker. Gotta keep the pee-pee up. Exactly. One of my Pokemon had its pee-pee stolen. To know this. The pee-pee stolen at the end there. That was goody. Thank you for that cupcake. Pee-pee stole is a thing? I think mostly when people do challenge runs. No thank you. I don't know if I want to know what a pee-pee stole is. I feel like not my kind of thing. The stronger the move, the lower its maximum PP. Do not waste uses of these moves unless you wish to quickly run out of PP. Whoops. It is important to find balance in a Pokemon set of moves. As you can see, HP isn't the only thing you must keep an eye on while adventuring with Pokemon. I hope you'll all take care to ensure that your partner Pokemon can perform at their best with their PP as you engage in the treasure hunt. Our time together has come to an end for today. Our next meeting will be an examination day. I wasn't told there was exams. Fuck.
They got PP. Motherfucker keck.
Motherfucker kick. Performing with your PP. You know it. Your typing is really shit lately. Only lately? Bless me. Cupcake. Yes. Biology. Don't be tardy. It's gotten worse. No, it's okay, Cupcake. We still understand what you're saying. I was just messing with you. Also, for all the peepos that are here, I'm doing a 12-hour stream tomorrow. I haven't quite decided what I'll be playing. But I've got some interesting treatos to eatos. No, I actually... Cupcake fixed my grammar yesterday. Does he want to fix it again, Yoda? I think he needs to fix it again. There's a midterm test and then a final. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, jeez. On that note, is everyone using their Pokédex? Yes, bitch. It registers Pokemon born from eggs as well as those encountered via other methods, so don't you worry about that. And, heh. Just so you know, I'm the one who developed the oh my god, guy. This guy is just constantly flexing on us that he developed the Pokédex app. We fucking know, mate. You've only told us twice today already. Christ on a bike. They're super easy. I hope so. You type faster than you think. Gotta slow it down, man. Back then, I was a researcher. In fact, Director Clavel wasn't working in education at the time either. He was researching alongside me at the same facility. We got to research Pokemon together, day in, day out. Those sure were fun times. I got yelled at all the time, though. Heh. Wait a second, how did I get onto this? Pretty sure I was talking about the Pokédex. What, do you mean that app that you created? Motherfucker. Anyway, today I'd like to teach you about catching Pokemon. As you all know, a great way to catch Pokemon more easily is to first lower its HP. But there's another way to up your chances of a successful catch. Can you guess what it is? Give the Pokemon a berry, inflict the Pokemon with a status condition, prove you're stronger than the Pokemon. What? Surely it's a status condition, like sleep or paralyze or something. You type the words in your head but not on the keyboard. I mean, fair. The correct technique for making Pokemon easier to catch is to inflict them with a status condition. Sleep is an especially effective status condition. It makes Pokemon just drastically easier to catch. If you have a Pokemon that can use moves that put opponents to sleep, like Sleep Powder or Hypnosis, filling up your Pokédex will be a cinch. There are other ways to improve your catch rate as well, like using Pokeballs specifically designed to be effective against certain Pokemon. Eating food that gives you catching power works too, or sneaking up on Pokemon from behind to catch them by surprise when you start a battle. Prove we are strong. Strong like bull. If you're having trouble, you may want to make the rounds to the gyms to get gym badges. Earning gym badges will make it easier to catch Pokemon of higher and higher levels. Please do come show me your Pokédexes once they start to fill up. I do need to go see him, actually. I haven't seen him for a while. Also, these loading screens are ridiculously long. Professor Oak created the Pokédex? Thank you. This Batman-looking villain-ass bitch taking credit for something that already existed. Alright. I said that when I started the game, because he was like, oh yes, I made the Pokédex app. And I was just like, okay. We're just stealing credit now. Cool. Math? Oh my god, I'm bad at math. Miss Time? Uh-oh. Is that Miss Rhymes' friend? You show them your badges and prove you're strong. Then they are easier to catch. That does make sense. Be like, look how many badges I have. Succumb to my power. Ow. Oh my god. Is it actually her sister? Time and Rhyme? Sorry to put you on the spot at the start of the class, but let me ask you a quick question. Do you enjoy numbers, arithmetic, and the like? No! They are sisters? They have to be, right? One is a hardcore rapper and the other one's a math teacher. Some of you may like numbers and some may not. I think that makes a wonderful mix. But no matter your opinion on math, I hope you find yourselves enjoying our lessons together. I'll do my best to find a way to match up your interests with all types of math lessons. Speaking of which, are you all caught up on your studies of Pokemon type matchups? No. For example, grass is strong against water, water is strong against fire, correct? You seem to be good with Pokemon, so let me ask you this. Bearing in mind the water is strong against fire, if the move Water Gun hits a fire-type Pokemon, what becomes of the move's damage? Does it double? Because fire's... Pick on the new kid. Yeah boy, I'm so smart. Using moves of a type that your opponent is weak to is a super effective tactic. It multiplies the damage of those moves by 2. On the other hand, using moves of a type that your opponent is resistant to isn't very effective. It divides the damage of your moves by 2. Haha. I don't mean to encroach on Miss Dendra's battle studies theory, of course, but I thought it best to use a lively topic as an example. That can make math fun even for those of you who don't much like the subject, don't you think? Was that the whole lesson? Does she teach us any actual math? Like how one Azumarill plus 1 Clodsire equals 1 egg? 1 plus 1 equals 1. You'd like math? Yes. Not really. I wish school was this short, right? I think I could pay attention in class if classes were this short. 1 question. 1 question per class and what? 3 questions for the midterm? Hello everyone! Let's have a fun class today. Tell me, do you all enjoy shopping? Buying tasty bread or choosing new clothes? Even just window shopping is so fun.
2 plus 2 is 4 minus 1, that's 3.
Quick maths. In today's class, I'd like to use shopping, one of my own favorite hobbies, mind you, to teach you all about math. I'm sure everyone here has visited Pokemart at least once. They sell all sorts of Pokemon items. Pokeballs are one of the many useful items you can find there. They cost 200... What is the currency for Pokemon called? Is it Pokecoins? Pokédollars? Now then, I'd like you all to do some thinking with me here. One Pokeball is $200. If you had $2,000 and bought as many Pokeballs as you could afford, how many would you receive? Does the Premier Ball count? Because it's technically a Premier Ball, not a Pokeball. Hi Jargon, why are you awake, sir? Oh no, it's normal time. We're good.
2 to the power of 7 is 128, multiplied by 22 is 2,816. Not quick maths.
That's pretty slow maths, to be fair. Cheeky fucks. You can afford to purchase a maximum of 10 Pokeballs. However, if you purchase 10 or more of any one type of Pokeball, you will also receive one Premier Ball, a special white ball, as a bonus. So the correct answer is, in fact, 11. It sure is nice to get a little bonus like that on a shopping trip, isn't it? How you doing, homie? Did you sleep well? Is that the bell? I suppose that's all for now. What a shame. These people make me tired. When are we gonna have voice acting in Pokemon though? For realsies, not for play? Oh, what happened to her Gengar? It turned into a Psyduck? What the hell? You slept okay? And how's Nini? How's the itty bitty ninja? And Jenny Bean? How was her birthday yesterday? Dudes be out here teaching capitalism 101. He's a fuck? Wait, is he misbehaving again? Or is he's just generally a fuck? Because I could believe that either way, to be fair. Just generally a fuck. He woke up in the morning and chose fuck. Also, I forgot to take my multivitamin today. God damn it. I'm supposed to take them when I eat, and then I forgot. So, good job me, I guess. Tell me, do you all enjoy fortune telling, horoscopes and the like? I think it feels great to read your horoscope and see it says good luck is coming your way. So today I'd like to teach you all math while focusing on the topic of luck. Perhaps you have seen the following phrase crop up during Pokemon battles before. A critical hit! When a Pokemon's attack lands as a critical hit, the damage it deals is increased by half. In other words, it does 1.5 times as much damage as it normally would. It is truly luck that determines whether your Pokemon lands a critical hit or has one landed on it. This can cause a great upset in battle. This math teacher believes in horoscopes? Yeah, it's a bit wishy-washy. Does anyone know what percentage chance a Pokemon has of landing a critical hit? How the fuck am I supposed to know this? I'm so glad I dropped, like, core math. What was it? In grade 12? I was like, nope, I'm done. I give up. I tried. I am done. I cannot do this anymore. I gave up with math in my final year. I was just like, I do not need this shit in my life. I also don't know what the crit chance is. Is it 1? 1 in 24, which... Okay, how the fuck was I supposed to know that? So my answer was somewhat right. Okay. You can also use a move called Focus Energy or an item known as a dire hit. You're a dum-dum, you dropped out. I mean, fair, especially if you didn't need it for anything. It was very stressful. Like, don't we have enough shit to worry about? Both raise the critical hit ratio by 2 stages. That's a 50% chance to land a critical hit. We write 2 papers for most of our core subjects, since sections are split into different exams. Yeah, I know languages with 3 papers each. Technically, you have a grade 7. Oh shit, for realsies? Can you still find work and stuff? Because I know some people who... I know some people who didn't go to high school and stuff, and they struggle with work sometimes. And I don't think you're a dum-dum, Smurf. I think everyone has their own strengths. I was not good at mathematics. Languages, though. Good at languages. AP maths. So not quite midterm and final. So we would have every quarter we would have there would be like term tests, and then after a semester we would have a big exam. So that would be the midterm, and then the final, that's like everything that you do at the end of the year. Well, not everything. I guess it's most of the chapters would be the final, but the midterm was like in the middle of the year, and it was whatever we'd learned in the first 6 months of school. Or however long, I have no idea. But yeah, that's basically how it worked. But for the finals, for midterms and finals, we had 3, for English and Afrikaans, 3 papers each. There was language, literature, and creative writing. And then most subjects had 2 papers. So mathematics, IT, history, geography, everything had 2 papers, I think. I don't know any subjects that only had 1 paper. We wrote 3 papers for language. March, midterm, prelims, and then the final. LO? Okay, maybe LO had one paper. You fully regret it? Would have liked to stay in school? Is it not something that you could pursue now, Smurf? Or do you think maybe not worth it? Or not something you're interested in? Because I know some people go back and they finish it. You can do like a... You don't have to go to like a school. There's like courses that you can do. Alright, what was this silly woman saying? No, thank you. I'm playing this to have fun, not do maths. I'm telling you right now, my Afrikaans creative writing had a lot of English in it. I don't know who it was. Someone, I was reading something in Afrikaans. Like someone in chat wrote something Afrikaans. And I responded and they were like, your Afrikaans is really good. And I was like, what? No, it's not. Oh, I got disconnected. Ayo? Are we good? The fuck? Stream dropped for like a second. Sorry, guys. Cupcake, you and I went on the exact same roller coaster there. It literally died for a second and then came back, and I was like, okay. Thanks, Cupcake. Also, Cookie Ran's got an update. Guys, I don't know how much more of this I can take. I'm exhausted already. Let's go do languages. Just because my Dixper redeem broke, Candy stream doesn't mean it. Why are you breaking people's streams, Cupcake? They added Spanish and French. Oh! I would have been mad as hell. I'm actually irritated because I did, in my second year of university, I did Japanese. And then when I was going to do my second year, they cancelled the course. And then they had the fucking audacity, they had the gonads to email me after I had graduated to say, hey, we're offering this now. Like, fuck you. You want me to pay like double, triple the price because I'm no longer a registered student? Unfucking believable. I was so pissed off. I was like, no, I'm not giving you my money. Bully Cupcake Day. It's always Bully Cupcake Day. Oh, just a sec. Hello. Sorry I was gone for so long. We have a bit of a plumbing issue at the moment, so we need to get a plumber in tomorrow. Hi, Hassan. Her son just has this one message, like, copy-pasted. Where is Tato? Oh, my game goes sleepy. Y'all don't sway your head like this when you read. It's fun if you have a ponytail. Been searching for a home with family. Have you found anything nice? My dear students, how are you all today? Feeling good, I hope. My name is Salvatore. Thank you. I like his Raichu badge on his sweater. His coat thing. Merci beaucoup. That is, thank you very much for your attention here in my class. I can't read that word. I'm so happy for this chance to re-experience my younger days with you all. Do you know what Salvatore means? It means savior. So just imagine I'm here to save you from spooky new languages. Funny, no? You found a nice apartment, but you're not sure. Oh, your family maybe doesn't like it? My classes will teach you about various languages from different regions. You may say good morning or hello as a greeting, but people from elsewhere may say bonjour or salut. I've heard there's even a popular streamer out there who smashes several languages together and says hello, hello, hola, ciao, bonjour. There are so many regions out there in our world, and each can have their own unique languages. Man has too much of a femme face for facial hair. Yeah, it is a little bit strange, but also that like deep cut in his hair is also a little bit odd. Gracias, merci, xie, arigato, danke. These all have the same meaning. Can you guess what it is? Xie. That's a big cut, right? It's too big. Despite meaning the same thing, their lengths and sounds are all different. Isn't that interesting? I don't know, is it? When you travel abroad, you should try to speak the local language as much as you can, even if you can't speak it very well. I'm sure your willingness to try and make the people you meet... Oh, I can't read that. Very happy. French is a very confusing language. He needs to sue his barber, I agree. His barber did him dirty. From my experience, just being able to say hello, delicious, and thank you in the local language will get you pretty far. Oishii! Umai! For everything else, just pretend you're Mr. Mime and gesture away. Okay, interesting. I'm now drinking a Lucozade because I needed something cold. I quite like the language one, that was quite fun. Lucozade, not Lucas Aid. Lucozade. Like so. It's a South African thing. I don't think y'all got it. Buys brand new shoes. Hello, delicious, and thank you. Seems foolproof. Yes. Son. It's time for Salvatore's language lesson. Oh, I don't know how to say that. Are you ready, everyone? You can answer with yes or oui. She means Gatorade. It's not Gatorade, though. Energade is Gatorade. In our last class, I believe I taught you all how to say thank you in other languages, right? Oh my goodness. Today's class, we will learn about a certain word to make people happy when you use it in your travels abroad. Not a fan of Lucozade. I like the apple one. That's the one that I drink. I really like the apple one. It reminds me of the apple fizz pop. Yeah, it's really good. Even Greg agrees. Oh, it's British, is it? Produced in South Africa. That's all it says. lucozade.co.za. There is a other markets number on this thing, but the number is South African. Everything on this bottle just says South Africa. The only good one? Yeah, I don't think I like the other ones, to be fair. But that's interesting that it's British. Glucosade. Marketed by the Japanese. Oh shit, that's interesting. What word you ask? Well, you'll have to guess. Hachi? What? Buono? I can't read French, man. But obviously it's gotta be delicious, yeah? Oishii. Umai. Buy new shoes. Delicious. What? I need to call my classmates delicious? Because he didn't teach me anything nice to say. He just... All I've learned to say is thank you and delicious. Is the next one gonna be, please? Seems a little sus. I agree, Cupcake. Very sus. He said that's all you needed, yeah, but like, what am I supposed to call people delicious? Seems kind of weird. I don't know, man. What's so bad about being called delicious? I don't know, it could be really inappropriate, Greg, considering my classmates range from like 6 to 65, so... Damn, girl, you're looking delicious today. And then G-Max went to jail. Goodbye. Goodbye, Yoda. It was nice knowing you. Bam, 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 bam. No, I'm not ready. Oh! Did he hear me? This guy. Damn, girl, you're looking mighty thank you today. He's sad. Oh. I believe I taught you all how to say delicious in other languages. Today's class we will learn about a very special phrase that you can put to use when the time is just right. I te quiero. Je t'aime. Te amo. It's libadit. Does anyone know what these phrases mean? I love you. I whack you. Daisuki. People say daisuki. That is some bad relationship advice. Damn, girly, you're looking like a snack today. Looking delicious as hell. That was a wacky ass class. Matane! Bye bye! I'm actually losing my goddamn marbles over here. Why is this language bro teaching me how to get dumped? Ah. Why is it a Psyduck now? Yeah, it changed a while ago, Greg. It changed a while ago. It was Gengar, and now it's a Psyduck. We don't know what happened to Gengar. He got lost in the abyss, man. He got thrown into the pit of despair. Anyway, let's go do history now. Is it sus if I told a girl that she looked delicious? A little bit sus, her son. It could be a ditto. That's also true. Damn, she looks really cool. The lives of our ancestors throughout history forged the path to the present in which we live. Today you shall learn about the most mysterious location in all of Paldea, the Great Crater. As you're all aware, a massive crater known as the Great Crater of Paldea exists in the heart of our region. The area inside this crater is called Area Zero, and research of its geological strata and material composition has shown that the crater is in fact over 1 million years old. It was long believed that a certain something rested at the bottom of this mysterious crater. Aha, perfect timing to make eye contact. Jan Morgan, answer me this. What exactly was believed to rest in the depths of the Great Crater inside Area Zero? Listen, you have not told me nothing, actually. How am I supposed to know? Her one strand of hair has got a mind of its own. Oh my god, now I see it. Maybe it's a Pokemon. Ah, I see you did your homework prior to coming to my class. Yoda, I can't unsee that now. Some believe that a treasure more valuable than anything else in this world rested in the depths of the Great Crater. So much for dreams of treasure hunting, though, as a lab has been built in those very same depths. Oh, and before I forget, you would all do well to remember that the Great Crater and Area Zero are both off limits to all those who have official business there. Do not dare entertain the foolish notion of gallivanting off to Area Zero in search of riches. It is no place for children dreaming of treasure and adventure. Legends Arceus stuff is behind her. Oh, really? Oh, I see the Pokeball. Because they had the wooden Pokeballs, right? If it were at all possible to investigate the area, I would surely be the first to do so. Yoda, that hair creeped me out, man. Like, proper. Hey, it's a Gengar again. My god, this is a lot of studying. Hey yo, we got Fremos in Cookie Run. Yoda, did you play Cookie Run today? You better play before reset. Which is in an hour and a half. Oh? Oh, oh? Ah. Also, shop reset today in Genshin. Jargon. What is it? Is it 300? No, wait, I don't want to time out Yoda, because he's gonna lose his mod. I almost timed him out though. That was close. I mean, I can always give him sword back, you know. Ain't no thing but a chicken wing and all. That was funny. You'll time yourself out? Yeah, get out of here. Go play Cookie Run. Go update your Cookie Run and then play it. Now we have sword and shield. Oh my god, it's true actually. Greetings, my little students. Whatever you did yesterday, it is now part of history. Today we will continue to unravel the marvels that history has presented to us. About 2,000 years ago, this region came under the rule of the Chaldean Empire. Historical accounts describe the Chaldean Emperor as being quite the dictator. This emperor also zealously believed the legend of the treasure that rests deep within Area Zero. I must mention that the civilizations of our ancestors were not as developed as ours is today. Back then, people were far more likely to believe in mysterious legend, magic, and beings beyond human comprehension. In an attempt to gain the power to stand against Paldea's neighboring countries, the emperor sent people in droves to join the hunt for the fabled treasure of Area Zero. Aha! Perfect timing to make eye contact! God damn it! Approximately how many years ago was it that the Chaldean Empire began to rule? It was 2,000 years. Yeah. Also, the pop-up for shield mode, there's 2 buttons. Got it! And activate. Like, why would those be the buttons? Why would a mod just join and turn it on? I'm actually not too sure. What happens if you click got it? I'm scared to click it, because when I clicked it earlier, it turned on shield mode, and I was like, whoops! You are a surprisingly clever one. Wow. How rude. I see you're listening intently to my lecture. The answer is about 2,000 years ago. That is when the great era of exploration began. However, it is said that not a single adventurer sent out by the Emperor ever reached the depths of Area Zero. Was it the punishing journey itself that barred their way, or perhaps some unknown creature? The resounding failure of this great era of exploration almost certainly heightened the air of mystery surrounding the crater. Oh, what I wouldn't give to explore Area Zero in its untouched state at that time. I suppose I can only hope for the swift invention of a time machine. Got it, just made it go away. Activate. Why not just take me to the settings? Why turn it on? It takes me to the settings. So I get a page that like pops up. So it turns on the safe mode, but then it also takes me to the settings to change things. And I'm like, why? Give me peace, ma'am. Twitch being Twitch, of course. I mean, they just added it, right? It's like a really new feature, so maybe they're still figuring it out. Okay, so we have 2 more classes. Am I going to be able to finish this? Then I can do midterms next time. You'd like history with Miss Ryfoot? Yes. Greetings, my little students. Whatever you did yesterday, it is now a part of history. Today we will continue to unravel the marvels that history has presented to us. As you should remember from our last class, Area Zero's great era of exploration began about 2,000 years ago. This era lasted for approximately 1,000 years, but not a single soul was able to venture all the way to the deepest reaches of Area Zero. Having poured much of its human and financial resources into the exploration of Area Zero, for so long the Chaldean Empire fell into decline. 200 years later, or 800 years ago, the Empire and its surrounding nations united into one entity. This was the formation of Paldea as we know it today. Ah yes, this very academy where you're now filling your young minds with knowledge was also apparently established at that time. In fact, the school building, though certainly having undergone repairs through the years, is just as it was when it was built so long ago. This very structure is a piece of history. Ah, things of old are truly splendid. I would certainly prefer it not to have the Pokeball portion, though a relatively new addition. Did I misread that? Perfect timing to make eye contact. God damn it. Listen, this is the one class that has actually been presented well. She knows her stuff, and she's actually been teaching me things. I feel like I've actually learned things in this class. Let's see if you've been listening. Who wouldn't like it? Yeah, she's my favorite teacher so far. Despite loving biology, I feel like I've actually learned things in this class. This academy was constructed exactly 805 years ago, to be precise. In other words, your academy here is 805 years old. At the time, it offered state-of-the-art facilities and a uniquely innovative curriculum. As such, people used to say, those seeking knowledge need look no further than the grapes of Paldea. That's right, they were referring to Uva Academy. Uva Java? It is said that this proverb of sorts was even used outside of the Paldea region. But really, her class easily actually taught me something compared to all the other ones where I just felt like they were just telling me shit I already knew. So the history one was really good. What have we got left? Battle studies and art. And then we'll do midterms later. Next time. Next week. Hopefully I remember everything. You'd like battle studies with Miss Dendra? Dendro? Whoa. Oh, she looks cool. Us! Say hello to your battle instructor, the one, the only, the hot-blooded Dendra. Us is a karate thing, by the way, look it up. My age? 25. My hobby? Working out. My type? Well, this is not something you should be telling your students. Strong and muscular fighting types, of course. Oh, you meant Pokemon types? My bad. There's a sound in here that sounds like the sound from shrines in Breath of the Wild. Oh, really? That's all for my introduction. As for my class, this is where you get to learn all the nitty-gritty of Pokemon battling. We'll start with the basics so that no trainer gets left in the dust. Even if you're new to this stuff, have no fear. Leave it to me and my muscles and you'll be pros in no time. Let's set our fighting spirits ablaze together. Pokemon of all kinds of attack moves. Oh, Pokemon have all kinds of attack moves at their disposal, and each move has certain qualities that you'll want to remember. I'm talking about the power, type, and category of these moves. High power means more damage, especially if your opponent is weak to that move's type. Opponent? She's definitely hooked up with him. No! Unsay that, jargon. Delete your message. Karate is pretty rad. Baby metal song? Oh, really? Heads up, new kid. Question coming your way. There are two categories that attack moves can fall under. Know what they are? Moves of light and moves of darkness. Moves you love and moves you hate. Physical moves and special moves. You're just as sharp as I expected, new kid. Looks like you have a handle on the basics. Learn the nitty-gritty? Dog, we have been running around the lands for days. What are you going to teach us? Exactly. Anyway, attack moves are split into two categories, physical and special. Physical moves do more damage the higher the Pokemon's attack stat is. And special moves do more damage the higher the Pokemon's special attack stat is. On the other side of things, Pokemon getting hit by these moves can take less damage by having a high defense or special defense stat, respectively. In conclusion, Pokemon that are good with physical moves should raise their attack stat. Pokemon that are good with special moves should raise their special attack stat. Trying to raise both of these stats equally will just make it hard for the Pokemon to shine in battle. Make your strong point stronger, I always say. That goes for both people and Pokemon. Scaramouche? I seriously... No, say dog, like D-A-W-G. Dog. Dog's okay. Hooked? Hooked up? No, Hassan, you don't need to know what that means. Just pretend you didn't see that. Jargon, what are you influencing my child here? Please. Hassan doesn't need to know this. We'll generally meet for my class here in the schoolyard, even for book learning. Nothing like a little fresh air to make studying more fun. Mans can know hooked up, he's in uni. No, he doesn't need to know this stuff. He's probably hooked up. Hassan is too shy to even hold hands, Jargon. He ain't hooking up with nobody. Can't even hook up pinky fingers. My innocent, sweet child doesn't know anything. Pure baby boy. Don't know nothing. Don't teach him things. He must stay good boy. He wanted to call a girl delicious. It's not my slow burn. He told me he was shy to hold hands. That's what he told me. He said he was shy to hold his girlfriend's hand. It's not me. Pinky finger. The small finger. The smallest one, Hassan. You don't know the pinky finger? The itty bitty, like a pinky promise? We don't hold hands now, we lick them? Oh no. This is an inside joke. I'm good being on the outside then, I think. If hand licking is the inside joke. I think I'm good on the outside over here. Not licking other people's hands mid-pandemic. Pink fingers. Oh man. Oh god. Us. Let's get right to it. Oh no. Is everyone excited about the treasure hunt? It's always a great adventure. You get to take on gyms, go to new places, run all over the place with your partner Pokemon. And while you're running around out there, I bet you'll come across some big shining crystals fairly often as well. How do I not have any lick emotes? I wonder if I have any. I don't think so, though. Doesn't look like it. Do I need a lick emote? I honestly don't know in what context I would use it, even if I did have one. No, I don't need one? Okay, fair. I was like, What situation would you need a lick emote though? I was trying to think. Even if we did have one. I have that Ganyu one on Discord, but even then I don't ever use it appropriately, so I just use it to annoy Jargon. These crystals are actually collections of Terra-style energy that seeped up from the ground. I misread that horribly. You can check out these crystals to battle Terra Pokemon with your friends or other trainers in a group of 4. We call those battle Terra Raid battles. The Terra Pokemon you'll face off against in Terra Raid battles are crazy tough. They sometimes act differently than regular Pokemon, so you'll need to be on your guard. Luckily, trainers can also use a special action in Terra Raid battles. It's called cheering! There are 3 different cheers you can use. The first cheer is Go All Out to boost the attack and special attack of all ally Pokemon. The second is Hang Tough. This boosts the defense and special defense of all ally Pokemon. And third, well, let's see if you can guess. This cheer restores HP for all ally Pokemon. What do you think it is? Wham Bam Potion! Explosive Healing Wave! I went with the most boring answer. Maybe I should make you the battle teacher, huh, new kid? That's kind of rude. The third and final cheer is Heal Up. It's a real powerhouse with the ability to both restore HP and cure status conditions. You can cheer up to 3 times during a single Terra Raid battle. Also, cheering uses up a turn in battle, so you won't be able to have your Pokemon use any of their moves when you cheer. In conclusion, try everything at your disposal. If nothing seems to be working, try cheering on your allies. Providing support for your team can sometimes open up a new realm of possibilities. She's cool, but a little too enthusiastic for me, to be honest. You don't have to play The Witcher to play Gwent. There's like a separate game, right? It's like a separate thing that you can play Gwent in. Oh my goodness. Maybe I'll just finish battle studies. I think I need to work on my cosplay tonight, because I keep putting it off. Last time we learned about Terra Raid battles, did any of you have a chance to try them out? Terra Pokemon are super strong, and the more difficult ones will use an even tougher tactic that you'll need to deal with. I'm talking about their Terra Shield. What happens while a Pokemon has its Terra Shield up, you ask? Well, it'll take way less damage for one. It has a big effect on morale too. When trainers see that shield go up, they feel doomed, like there's no way to win the battle. So here's a question for you. If the Pokemon you're battling puts up its Terra Shield, what should you do? Close your eyes and give in. Call your parents. Is this a wrong? That was definitely a wrong answer. New cosplay? Yeah. You know, Kugisaki... Kugasaki? Kugi? I don't remember her surname. Nobara from JJK. Jujutsu no Kaisen. Nobara, the girl with the hammer and the nails. I'll be doing her. That's right, you're a regular Terra Raid Battle Master, aren't you, new kid? You played Magic like 20 years ago. Damn, Jargon. Regular attacks don't work so well against Pokemon that have their Terra Shield up, but having your Pokemon terrestrialize is an effective method to overcome that issue. The lady with brown hair, yes! She got a hammer. A terrestrialized Pokemon will do more damage to shielded Pokemon, especially if it uses moves that match its Terra type. Dealing enough damage to a Pokemon with its Terra Shield up can destroy the shield and break the Pokemon's stance. This means it's important to properly time your terrestrializing in Terra Raid battles. In conclusion, as they say, fight fire with fire and Terra Pokemon with Terra Pokemon. Be sure to work together with your teammates to smash through your opponent's Terra Shield. She just wants to do hands-on practice every time, but she talks too much. Silly woman. Sweet! Why are some of my Pokemon painted? Okay, so next time, we'll come back here. We'll finish the last classes. We'll do the midterms. And... oh, it's pretty outside. Whee! Yeah, I guess make some progress. We didn't really do much today, but... we did 1 Titan and 1 gym. Damn, okay, yeah, we didn't do much at all. What did I do the whole day? Hello? Did I catch things at least? I have no idea. Damn. Now, I want to find Sandwich Shop, which I don't think is here. Is it this side? No, I think this is all clothing stuff. Where was Sandwich Shop? Soup. Ah, there it is. You went to school, which also often left me thinking, what the fuck did I do the whole day? Yep. We can't bother these people while they're eating. Okay, that's fine. New sandwiches? You got new sandwiches for me, homie? Hell yeah! Thanks, homie. Every which way. Whoops. You love the new VTuber costume? Thank you! This is one of my Halloween ones that I decided to wear today, because why not, you know? Can I have a picnic here? Oh. Well, fuck, fine, jeez. Okay. I'll just fuck off then, yeah? Oops! Game said no. No jumping over the wall. Uh-oh. What did I do? I broke it? Skill issue. Very skill issue. Oh, it just puts me outside? That's cool, because this is where I wanted to be, so maybe it wasn't a skill issue all along. Huh? Hassan? Wasn't a skill issue at all. That was calculated. I knew exactly what I was doing. Look at all my children.
Excuse me.
Ah, Viking Pichu, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome to the posse. How you doing? Choose a ball. Oh wait, there's different balls. Okay, so you can get different toys. I have skill issue with addressing other people's skill issue. You doing fine? Fantastic. Okay, so we got some more ones. Some jam peanut butter. Ultra peanut butters. Oh, it's got banana. Great. Ah. Pickle sandwich. The Whiskey Ranch. Howdy.
Excuse me.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. Oh. Okay, listen. This... where is it? This looks a little sad. The herbed sausage one, the sausages are just hanging out the outside. Looks kind of weird. Back from the Cookie Run Bakery. Did you do all your things, Yoda? Did you do your raid battles? Otherwise, you have to go back and do it. Dessert sandwich. We were kind of talking about something like this earlier, but they've got strawberry, kiwi, and apple. Still looks kind of nice though. A noodle sandwich? Pardon? Excuse me? This one's just got sausage in it. Oh, you're still doing things? Okay.
Ara ara. Why ara ara, daddy?
Ultra potato salad sandwich. It's got raw onion or raw peppers. No, thank you. This is ones with the sad looking sausage again. Thanks for the 2 minutes, Pichu. 10 days, 21 hours. Sheesh, daddy. Raw onions and peppers? No, thank you. You can have them. You can have them, Cupcake. The less I eat, the more there is available for you. Yeah? Especially green peppers. And that looks like coriander. They can all of this entire thing. Just leave the chilies on. I'll have the jalapenos. The rest can go. The rest can all just fall into a hole. B.O. apple? What's that? Daddy, no. Ultra egg sandwich. Ooh, what is this one? They just put anything in sandwiches. Ooh. Ooh, okay, this looks good though. What's a bow apple? What? Makes food tasty? Debatable. Makes food stinky? Yes. Ultra cheese sandwich. This is sad as well. It's got like no fillings on the side, so you have to go through like 3 mouthfuls of bread before you get to the meat.
2 hours later.
Hey.
Why am I slow? I don't understand. Did you see the curries? You know what? I never got around to completing the curry decks, now that I think about it. Now that you mention it. Ultra fruit sandwich. Oh yeah, we were looking at this earlier. They've got banana, apple, pineapple, and kiwi. That looks kind of cute though. Can't talk much for the taste. Variety sandwich. Ooh, so it's got 2-3 kinds of meat. Those subs are making me hungry. Same. I need to go cook dinner now, actually. A hefty sandwich? Or the great hefty sandwich? Or the ultra hefty sandwich? Good gravies. Where's the ham sandwich? I don't know if we passed one. 5 alarm? Oh, because it's got spicy. Some of these things are huge. Ultra tofu sandwich. Has it got rice in there? They put rice in the sandwich. Kinda interesting choice. That's a lot of sandwiches though. But there's a gap here. This is a ham sandwich. And this is a jam sandwich. The ultra jam sandwich has for some reason got pineapple in it. I didn't see just a ham sandwich. Interesting. There's a lot of sandwiches with ham in it, by the looks of it, but yeah, maybe I'll buy some ingredients and we can make some sandwiches. Look at all my children's. Very cute. Okay, guys, I need a skidoodle. It's the 80th. Oh, really? Did I miss it? Did I not see it? Lol. Hehe. Yeah, I need to go find me a a person to wade. Let's see who's swimming. You found a castle? Like to live in? Just a sec. Sorry, I was just chatting to Ray. Be right back in 3. In 3 ads. Sorry, Daddy. Okay, let's see. Tell Ray I'll tell Ray Daddy says hi. Let's see. Let's go see what Sid is doing. So Sid is a South African streamer, plays Genshin Impact and does a lot of like I want to say almost like post-game content. Like he does like fun events and stuff for people. Poor Mats is just like, perceive me, mother. Pay attention to me. Hello, sweet baby. Yeah, I see you. Anyway, yeah, so we're gonna go say hi to Sid. Please behave yourselves. Everybody, grab that raid message. Thank you, Yoda. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. We are doing the 12-hour stream tomorrow. We're gonna be doing shenanigans basically, but I think I'll start at about 12 maybe. So we'll go 12 to 12. I think that should be okay. Yeah. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. But please do take care of yourselves. Like I said, be good. We outies, patouties. Looks like Sid's currently playing a a game. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Thanks for streaming. No, thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you all. Like I said though, be good. Go eat something. Go drink something. Go stretch your legs. Rest and eat well. Thank you, Daddy. I'm gonna go make a super tasty salad now. Because it's hot as fuck at the moment. I need me something cool. Alright, bye guys. Bye.